Madam President, we are live.
I, Arlene Lopez, the President of the Governing Board, call the April 9, 2026 regular board meeting of the San Ysidro School District to order at 5:02. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like to transition from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset, which is on my left-hand side. I would like now to ask our Secretary to the Board, Acting Superintendent Manuel Bojorquez, to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Irene Lopez,
Present?
Ms. Zenaida Rosario,
Present.
Mr. Martin Arias, Board Clerk.
Present.
Mr. Antonio Martinez, absent. Ms. Kenia Peraza, absent. Madam President, we have Mr. Antonio Martinez, Ms. Kenia Peraza, absent. We have four.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda. May I have a second?
A second.
Second by Zenaida Rosario. And the motion was made, I already said that. Okay, may I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Vote passes. Okay. Do
Madam
we have
President.
any public comments? No. Okay. So now we are now,
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn to closed session at 5:04 p.m.
thank you, Mr. Arias. He makes the motion, I'll second it. Are we in favor? Yes.
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. So we now close for, closed session at 5:04. Thank you.
Madam President, we are live.
Good evening, call to order. We are now reconvening from open session to from closed session at 6:26 p.m. We have nothing to report out at this time. Before we begin the open session, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset on my left-hand side of the name. Elmian, I'm sorry. Roll call, number 7. I will now ask our secretary to the board and acting superintendent Manuel Bohorquez to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Irene Lopez, President.
Present?
Ms. Zenaida Rosario, Board Vice President.
Present.
Mr. Martin Arias, Board Clerk.
Present.
Mr. Antonio Martinez, Board Member. Absent. Ms. Kenya Terraza, Board Member.
Present.
We have 4, Madam President, we have 1 member absent.
We had a time when Mr. Hassan walked in.
It was 5:10.
Is it at 5:10? 5:10, okay. I will now lead you to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll now move on to non-agenda public comments. Okay, before we begin the public comment, I want to inform the public that all translations, I already mentioned this, will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like the translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, that would be without me on my left-hand side to pick up the headsets. We encourage all participants to share constructive ideas and perspectives while respecting others' rights to do the same. The board welcomes differing opinions. However, it is essential that all disagreements be expressed in a courteous and meaningful way. Personal attacks or disrespectful behavior toward others will not be tolerated. To maintain a positive environment, all speakers are asked to be courteous, patient, and respectful while others are speaking. Comments should be concise, relevant to the topic, and within the allotted time. Members of the public must be recognized by the board president or chairperson before speaking and may only address the board from the podium, not from the audience. Public comments must adhere to civility board policy 1313, which promotes mutual respect and orderly conduct among all members of the school community, including employees, board members, contractors, parents, guardians, students, and public. This policy is not intended to restrict any person's constitutional right to free expression on school grounds or at district activities, uncivil or harassing conduct by any member of the San Ysidro School District community is harmful to the educational environment and will not be permitted. Civil behavior includes politeness, courtesy, integrity, honesty, timelessness, independability, adherence to laws and rules, and effective communication. Students, staff, and parents, guardians, and community members are expected to communicate and behave in ways that do not disrupt district operations, hindering learning, or create unsafe environments. So now we have, do we have any public comments? One. Yes. That would be with Mitch. Yeah. So we have Mr. Mitch Malanix. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mitch Mullinex. I'm representing tonight Seligman Real Estate. Seligman controls most of the commercial property at Liberty Station. They're the ones that operate and manage all the restaurants and things down there. And I'm here on the item of compensation agreements with the city of San Diego that they sent you. It's on your consent calendar. And it's a rather complex issue, but I think I can sum it up simply in this way. Basically, the city inherited these surplus properties from redevelopment agencies when they were basically legislated out of existence back in 2011. And then the law says if the city decides it wants to keep some of these properties, it has to pay the affected taxing agencies, which you're one of. So basically, you're like co-owners in this property. So they have 2 options. They can either sell it, or if they decide to keep it, they need to strike agreements with you. And so they've decided to keep these properties. But what they're offering you is a valuation in 2011, when that law passed. They're not giving you today's market value. My clients would like to buy these properties, and they're offering market value today, which is roughly 7 times more. And so we think that, you know, you should be forced to subsidize the city's real estate portfolio at the expense of your budget by accepting a lowball offer. You're not even compelled to accept any offer from them. You don't have to. So I would suggest that you pull this item off the agenda, reconsider it, and play some hardball with the city and make them pay up. And that's essentially it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have now Allison Murillo.
Good evening. I'm a former student of the San Ysidro School District and the older sister of a current Willow Elementary student. I want to speak today about issues involving leadership, integrity, and basic respect. Recently, during a Read Across America event at Willow, a group photo was taken that included district leaders. When that photo was later posted publicly on social media by Vice President Zenaida Rosario, one individual, board member Kenia Peraza, was completely covered with a sticker. Not cropped out, not accidentally excluded. Covered. That was a deliberate choice. And what makes this worse is that this post was publicly liked by board member Antonio Martinez and Willow principal Mirna Serra. That is not professionalism. That is endorsement of exclusionary, immature behavior. This is not how grown adults entrusted with overseeing children's education should behave. And since Mr. Martinez is pursuing higher office, the community deserves to ask, if this is how you conduct yourself here, engaging in and validating petty exclusionary behavior, what should we expect at the city level? These kinds of acts don't reflect someone who is ready to represent an entire community. At the same time, we were told by Ms. Zenaida Rosario that parents and community members are cyberbullies for reposting public board meeting clips that show exactly what was said in full context during public meetings. So let's be clear about this hypocritical double standard. Posting a public meeting clip is bullying, but publicly covering a colleague in a photo to exclude her is acceptable? That is not just contradictory, it is immature. I'm still in high school and even I know that that is unacceptable. When concerns were formally raised, we were told it was a First Amendment right. But leadership is not just about what you hold the right to do. It is about what is morally correct to do. I also want to address the claim from Board President Irene Lopez that community members don't know how to put complaints in writing. On March 19th, I sent a detailed, respectful, formal complaint to Acting Superintendent Manuel Bojorquez regarding the mishandling of an awards ceremony at Willow Elementary. That email was CC'd to this board, including Ms. Irene Lopez along with Principal Serra. I received no response. So the reality is this. The community has been submitting written complaints. The district simply chooses not to respond. And this is where competency becomes a real concern. Because instead of addressing simple concerns directly, this district relies on legal counsel, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars amidst the district's massive fiscal crisis for matters that should require nothing more than a timely professional response. If basic communication cannot be handled without outsourcing it to attorneys, that is clearly an administrative competency issue. This is not a personal gripe. It is a clear pattern. A pattern where community concerns are met with silence or legal counsel, criticism is labeled as bullying, and unprofessional behavior is normalized. And when leadership behaves this way, it lowers the standard for the entire district and embarrasses our community. Our students deserve better, and this community deserves leadership that reflects the respect that you expect from everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have Lydia Morales.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Ysidro Morales. I think some of you remember me from last meeting. I'm here because I want to let you know about the situation that has been happening in Willow. Right now, we've been gaslighted. We've been gaslighted by the principal, Mirna Cerda, and the other person is the psychologist. Her name is Arlene Hernandez. For me, it's been very difficult to try to preserve my son's services, like I mentioned last time. My son has an SKIA because he needed, because he had autism, and he was having a lot of he was already having a lot of progress. But now, since October of last year, they removed that service, and they lied to me. Miss Cerda and the psychologist, the same, and they're saying that my son has the service, but it's not true. It's not true. So for me, it's very difficult to understand how this principal and the psychologist are lying into my face, right into my face, lying, okay? So for me, I come here to ask for your help because this is probably happening not only to my son, it's to other kids. Special education should be something really important for this board because all the kids in special education are suffering. And this school has the situation, I think, is the worst in this school. I have had many meetings with the psychologist, what is his name? Mr. Bohor, with Ms. Cerda, the psychologist, Hernandez, and also the school district special education, which is Mr. Quintana, and they always tell me the same thing, that my son has the services, but he doesn't have it. So for me, it's very important to, you guys have, the members have to take very serious the parents' suffering, please.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. We now have Valerie Hinojosa. Valerie Hinojosa. Okay, we'll go on to the next person. We have Roxanne Palestino.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here tonight to speak about leadership at Willow Elementary under Principal Mirna Cerda and accountability across this district. Estoy aquí para hablar sobre el liderazgo en la escuela Willow bajo la directora Mirna Cerda y la falta de responsabilidad en el distrito. What we are seeing is not leadership. Lo que estamos viendo no es liderazgo. We are seeing failure to protect our students, include families, and be transparent. Estamos viendo una falla en proteger a los estudiantes, en incluir a las familias y en ser transparentes. We have a parent whose second grade daughter received a death threat. Tenemos una madre que su hija de segundo grado recibió una amenaza de muerte. A death threat, una amenaza de muerte. And what followed was not urgency. No clear communication, no accountability, y no hubo urgencia ni comunicación clara ni responsabilidad. How does a child return to school feeling safer after that? ¿Cómo regresa una niña a la escuela sintiéndose segura después de eso? This is why parents are asking for cameras. Por eso los padres seguimos pidiendo las cámaras. Safety should not be a question, it should be a guarantee. At the same time, Willow serves primarily Spanish-speaking families. Además, Willow sirve principalmente a familias que hablan español. Pero meetings like ELAC are conducted in English with interpretation as an afterthought. Juntas como ELAC se hacen en inglés con interpretación como secundario. Eso no es inclusión, es exclusión. Why are these board meetings not simultaneously translated so families watching from home can understand? ¿Por qué las juntas de la mesa directiva no se traducen al mismo tiempo para que las familias en casa puedan entender? Why is there no phone-in option for public comment so more parents can participate? ¿Por qué no hay opción de llamar para dar comentario público y así incluir a más padres? Why are we not creating real access? ¿Por qué no están creando acceso real? And at the district level, concerns are raised, investigations are promised, but nothing gets resolved. A nivel de distrito, se levantan preocupaciones, se prometen investigaciones, pero nada se resuelve. We see the same internal people, including retired and rehired staff, handling investigations. Vemos al mismo personal interno, incluso empleados retirados y recontratados, manejando las investigaciones. That does not build trust. It raises questions. Eso no genera confianza, genera dudas. Leadership is not a title, it is an action. El liderazgo no es un título, es una acción. It is safety, transparency, and across for all families. Es seguridad, transparencia y acceso para todas las familias. When will we see true leadership, real accountability, and real access in this district? ¿Cuándo vamos a ver verdadero liderazgo, responsabilidad real y acceso real?
So, Karina Robles.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva y miembros de esta comunidad. Mi nombre es Karina Robles, madre de familia en Willow Elementary. Hoy quiero hablar sobre la seguridad y el liderazgo que siguen fallando en nuestra escuela Willow. Los padres hemos sido testigos de situaciones graves, presencia constante de policías en el campus, personas con problemas mentales e indigentes alrededor de la escuela, peleas, acoso y amenazas entre estudiantes. Y aún así no hay soluciones, comunicación clara, transparencia ni rendición de cuentas. Esta semana también presencié cómo un estudiante fue entregado a un adulto sin la verificación adecuada en la oficina. El sistema Raptor no se usa de manera consistente y durante la entrada y salida no hay supervisión mientras los estudiantes cruzan la calle con tráfico a alta velocidad. Y aún con todo esto, el distrito se sigue negando a instalar cámaras de seguridad. La seguridad no es consistente y eso pone a nuestros hijos en un grave peligro. También quiero expresar mi profunda preocupación y decepción por la respuesta del señor Bojorquez cuando solicité traducción al español en eventos importantes. Su respuesta fue que no están obligados por ley. Esa respuesta demuestra falta de sensibilidad y compromiso con nuestras familias. El acceso al idioma no es un lujo, es una necesidad. Sin acceso, los padres quedan excluidos, se limita la participación y se rompe comunicación con la escuela. Esto contradice la política de participación de padres del título 1. ¿Cómo pueden hablar de participación si los padres no entienden lo que está pasando? Esto es exclusión y discriminación. Las familias merecen respeto, acceso, ser incluidas. Pedimos escuelas seguras, protocolos consistentes, comunicación clara y transparente, implementación real de medidas de seguridad, instalación de cámaras y acceso al idioma en eventos importantes. Queremos que cumplan con sus propias políticas, pólizas y pedimos que este distrito actúe con transparencia, honestidad y responsabilidad. Gracias.
So now we're on 10, items from the board and acting superintendent. And I would like Mr. Marcus to begin. If that's all.
That's fine, Madam President. I just want to welcome everyone and thank you, Ms. Cerda, for hosting us today in our board meeting. I hope that you had a restful 2 weeks, some of us a little less. Thank you for coming to continue the work throughout the spring break. There's a lot of important work that is ahead of us as the year progresses and the beginning of the next school year. So again, welcome. In the interest of time, I will just conclude on that.
Thank you. Mrs. Snyder.
Good evening, and thank you for being here at Willow. Thank you, Ms. Zeta, for hosting us. And your school was a great place to visit for Read Across America. The students were very attentive, the teachers were very willing and inviting in their classrooms, and there was a lot of great things going on. And thank you to your Imran, he did an amazing job. Just with the whole theme of Dr. Seuss, the goodies, the snacks, and all the people that came. I think that was a great representation of many commitments that we have with people outside of our schools. So we thank you. I want to take a moment of silence right now. The first I'm going to speak on behalf of the person I'm calling for a moment of silence. Mr. Mike Marcus was an amazing administrator here at this district. He was one of my principals for my first 4 years. Always willing to come into the classrooms, and if we were dancing or singing, he'd dance and sing along. Very happy, very smart. Just the school environments were always so positive. And I still remember March 7, 1986 clearly. He walked into my room and he says, "What are you doing here? You're about to have a baby and I don't know how to deliver a baby. You need to go home because it looks like you're ready to have a baby." I said, "Don't worry, there's a lot of moms here. Somebody will help me, somebody will call the ambulance. Don't worry." And he says, "Look, I know that you can't be here anymore when both of your shoes don't match." And so I said, "Don't worry, I will go when I need to go." Well, sure enough, that weekend after 40 hours of labor, I had my beautiful first daughter. And I just think that his legacy is going to be great in this community. I know he started as a coach at Monte Carmelo and then continued on to be a teacher at our district and the principal and administrator and was always very active. So I really want to give our condolences to his family. There are many, many students that will always remember him. His legacy will live on. Mike Marcus, the guy with the color eyes, the great smile, and a really great administrator in our district. And I just want to take a moment of silence to honor him. May he rest in peace. I want to thank Dr. Bravo Moore for inviting us to the Empowerment Assembly that you had. I think this is the first year that I have seen so much talk and recognition for the empowerment of women. And we know that behind women, there's strong men, and behind strong men, there's strong women. So really, there's equity here. But to take a time extra above and beyond to honor our place as women in leadership, I think that's very powerful. What you did is a first of a kind, bringing forth 6th grade girls and really being very truthful for the reason behind this opportunity for them to listen to a person who represents empowerment, Paloma Aguirre. The kids were like giggling when you first would say, sometimes you may say things to each other, and they were giggling about it because they see us as like, well, that's the way it is with kids. They talk about each other. And then you did some exercises where they really had an opportunity to put a paper plate behind their backs. And I think it would be a great exercise for adults. And on their backs, everybody, people talk behind people's back. But sooner or later, it comes back, and you find out what they're saying about you. Because somebody finds it and they share it with you. But we were going to use the back, and let's talk about you behind your back to just say kind things, good things. And I really think it impacted these girls, because especially one that decided she wanted to giggle on all throughout the assembly, she was the first one to want to go stand and take a picture with Paloma Aguirre. And she truly was very, very interested in what she does as a leader in San Diego. So I think that's the first of its kind, and I feel that we have many, many leaders in this community, many women who really have gone above and beyond the call of duty and balance everything, from motherhood to their professions. And so that was very powerful, and I thank you for letting us be part of that very special day. And in speaking of empowerment, and this is going to be my last, because you all know I can talk for a long time, but I was really honored to sit down and witness a great recognition for another empowering woman, which is Alice de la Torre, our very own. And we can always brag that she was with us first when she came down here, because she was our assistant superintendent in San Ysidro. Alice was recognized and proclaimed with a very special day on April 7th by Councilwoman Vivian Moreno. And we're just very honored to have been there, Alice, and to see your recognition. And I know it's a recognition that you will always turn around and say that it's the recognition of this community, especially the leadership of all the women in the Women's Club that has been here for many years, doing great things for our kids, giving scholarships to our students, and always putting students first. So that was a very well-deserved recognition, and I'm very honored to know you, to be able to always see your smile, and always in everything that you do in this community, you are a shining light, and we thank you. And I just wanted to give her a big hand and ask you to stand, because that was and we look forward to having more people proclaim as their very special day. I think that's a great thing that they do at the City Council. They really look at leaders throughout the community, and they really bring, it may be a few minutes, but they really bring focus to the hard work of people. And I know you don't do it for recognition, but it was time, long overdue, Alice, and so we thank you. And in that note, I just want to say we have probably 10 weeks left of school. They are the hardest 10 weeks of school. Children at this time are preparing, the older ones, the ones who are already reading very well, for that very famous or infamous state test. I want to say, because sometimes that's the only thing they look at the scores. And they're getting ready for it after 2 weeks of spring break. And I just want to wish them the best of luck. To all the schools, all the teachers, the leaders, the principals, the support staff, CSCA, and I know we're going to close out the year but still we have a lot of great things coming ahead, the anthology and the STEM fair that's coming up on the 17th, and that's going to be amazing. It's going to be at Smythe, and so I hope that a lot of people will be there. I mean, no, at Smythe, right? Yes, it's going to be at Smythe this year. Yes. And so we expect a lot of people, and please spread the word, and it's going to be great. I really think that these programs, when we have agencies, science fleet centers, when they come out, they really bring opportunities for our kids to really see what the future is. There's just so much. I mean, to have witnessed astronauts flying around the back of the moon, I mean, we're living in the best of times to be able to see that live through social media. It was just amazing. So I want to thank everybody who's here, and just publicly say one thing, because I have to say it, but my social account, my media is private. So when people have access to my social media and they are not on it, they hacked it. And so that's a violation of my privacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arias.
Just quickly want to thank Ms. Serra for hosting us here at Willow today. As we welcome students back this week, we're just ecstatic to have them back. As Ms. Zenaida mentioned, we're about 10 weeks away from culminating the school year, and so just excited. We're here to be a resource, whatever we can do to help our students achieve higher test scores. I know our teachers are always on that. CSEA, SYA, you guys are all about that, and that's what we're here for primarily as our students. So thank you for taking the time to come here tonight. It's important, all of you, to show up here and voice your concerns. We appreciate that, and with that, I will put my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Arias. Mrs. Peraza?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. So first, I want to start with happy notes. So first, in honor of Autism Awareness Month, I would like to respectfully remind the board to reconsider my policy proposal of inclusion for all students in field trips and activities, originally presented in October 2025. Every student deserves equal opportunities to learn, explore, and grow through meaningful participation with both students and parental choice at the center. So this is the policy I propose, so all the school board members here can review it right now. And we can put it in the agenda to the next month if you want to support this. I also want to, I know Ms. Mesa, she's not here, but I want to sincerely thank her for leading the upcoming YMCA Swim School program in Ocean View Hills for all second graders over 4 days. This is a 4-day program. And this is a challenging initiative, and her leadership and organization truly reflects what inclusivity looks like in action. We are grateful and excited for this opportunity, and this is actually why I'm using my shirt that she gave me last year for Autism Awareness Month. Also, I want to share that I came here to Willow for Read Across America, and I think this was the best part of my job, because who doesn't love reading to children? So it was a great experience, I guess, from the whole school year. Okay, and as a second matter, so I want to remind the board
of my proposal to implement cameras on site, or at the very least, to have a formal public discussion on this matter. I urgently ask that this item to be placed on the next board agenda to discuss it, and rather than allowing another year to pass without even having any consideration. I have clearly outlined the benefits this would bring to our schools, and at this point, I found it concerning, that before today, I didn't receive any responses. So most importantly, this impacts those who matter the most, which is our students. And the third matter, so tonight, our San Ysidro School Board has a choice to make also, and it's not a routine decision. It is a test of whether you are willing to govern responsibly or continue down a path that is putting this district at a risk of collapse. Let's stop denying reality. We are asking, we are a high-risk district where in this audit, we came nearly 3 million deficit, and we are currently paying for 3 layers of executive leadership at the same time. 3. So the FCMAT report already warns us about failure in transparency and financial oversight. We will hear about this presentation a little bit later. And tonight, those warnings are not theoretical. They are being confirmed in real time. So let me be clear about where this leads. If administration cannot provide basic financial transparency, if this administration cannot justify executive level spending, then this is no longer just a governance issue. It becomes an issue of public accountability that might warrant external scrutiny. And none of us should be comfortable with that, because the people who will pay the price are not sitting here. They are in our classrooms. Our students, our teachers, our staff, our children, my kids included, whose futures depend on whether this board acts responsibly. So here is what I'm requesting. And like all of my requests, I would like for this to be on record. First, that I be placed on the next month's agenda for a public discussion of fiscal solvency and the potential risk of municipal bankruptcy. Not as a scare tactic, but as a responsibly planning. Second, I am requesting on the record tonight for full compensation details for top administrators. That includes a breakdown per year, per month, and per day if applicable. It's almost impossible to believe that some of our top administrators are making the same amount that our California governor is making. Can you believe that? Because that in itself is a failure of oversight. If transparency is not provided and corrective action is not taken, then escalation will not be optional. It will be necessary. Our families deserve answers. Our district demands accountability. So not next month, not next year, but now. I would like to have that information now, since top administrator compensations are not easy, difficult to find. And one last thing. So I just want to share I am a little bit worried about the campus security policy that we have in place since last year. Right now, since February of this year, policies change, and that includes the security campus policy. So last year, the campus security policy was approved without proper governance policies, and now it has been changed.
so we can disguise that. So I just want to, as the policy that I got in my hands, it doesn't say that any parent is excluded to enter school grounds. Yes, now the superintendent, after these changes, now the superintendent has the power to decide, but you cannot, no one cannot deny access to parents if there's no legal justification if that parent is being disrupted. If there's no legal justification that that parent is being disrupted, then the parent will not have the obstruction of entry to school during pickup and drop-off times. Okay? So just one for you to, all of you to have that in mind. And I don't have the policy number on hand, but I will be happy to provide it to you. Well, hopefully, Mr. Borges, you can send it to everyone, the policy that you shared to me a few days ago. Oh yeah, it's here. Board Policy BPAR 1250, Visitors and Outsiders. Okay, so what the language allows parents in, it says only parents or legal guardians will be giving authorization to enter campus. So the authorization in the policy is there, so please have it on mind. And especially for a parent of special education, there's many IDEA laws that can be broken if a parent of special needs doesn't get in. So please, let's avoid these problems and let's give access to parents. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. So mine will be short, but I do wanna thank Mrs. Cerda for welcoming us and hosting us. I also was reading across America. I did attend Willow, and it was nice to see and be able to go into the classrooms, and I did get to go to special ed classes, and it was nice to see how the children really reacted to the stories that I read, and it was really warming to see how they really could communicate in their own way, which was warming and very special that our special ed teachers are doing a wonderful job with different grade levels. Also, it was nice to have our librarian at Willow, beautiful decorations, and some of them was really parents who volunteered to do those decorations. I mean, manually do it, and it was beautiful. And I took pictures of them, so I know that they were put onto the board highlights. Also, it was nice to see some of the parents from Willow. They came to ask me questions and talk to them, and I got to speak with the ladies in the cafeteria, which I hadn't been there, because I started here as a substitute cafeteria worker, and I worked in the cafeteria long ago. But it was nice to see how they showed me the cafeteria, which has changed a lot. So I got to speak with them, and it was nice to come back and reminisce what Willow was many years back, and how we've grown, and how our community has grown. But also, secondly, Zenaida Rosario about Mr. Michael Marcus, may he rest in peace. He was someone that I met when I went to Sunset School, and I was in 6th grade, and we had a field outside of Sunset. The whole back area, well, really the front, was a field where we used to go after school to play football or baseball with a group of us, 6th graders. And that time, the San Ysidro Academy would come and ask permission to use our field. And I remember Mr. Marcus, because he was a coach for them, and he came and told us that we had to move because they already asked permission to use the field. So we were kind of upset, but then he came over and talked to us. That's how I remember him. And he told us, this is your school, yes, but we don't have where to play, so we asked permission so we could use your field just on certain days, not every day. So we all said, well, okay, all right, so we all went home. That's how I remember him. And also when he became a principal with with our school district, there was something he brought to our community, which I hadn't seen, and I was then a grandparent, really. But I saw how he would sit out and stand outside the school. He knew every child's name and knew the parents. Good morning, and how are you? And he knew them. It was something that I hadn't seen in many years, and I thought, wow. But he was known for that. And I think that that brought a tradition to our other administrators also. But also I remember him as a principal, also at middle school. And it was just his way of being able to listen and share that respect as a professional, as an administrator, but also as a father. And I think that's what a lot of our students do remember him. And I did get a call from his wife to let me know the services will be on the 17th, it's a Friday, at Our Lady of Mount Carmel at 11 o'clock. And I know that's going to be shared with our community also, and the people that knew him, and some of our teachers also. I also wanted to say that we have a lot of things going right now, and I know that one of them has been, I wasn't able to see how our city representative, Vivian Moreno, claimed well, right now, our member, she's been a president or vice president, also of the Women's Club for many years, Alicia de la Torre, and made it, proclaimed that it was the day, the 7th, would be her day of Alicia de la Torre. But I also want to let you know that she was my assistant superintendent of HR when I was still working, and her commitment with our district was strong, but very warming, and I respect her for that, her professionalism, along with our related superintendent, Ms. Gracie Kojima. And I know that a lot of you people remember her and remember Alice, and we still remember Alice, and I'm glad that you were proclaimed that day is your day. So we're gonna keep it in mind, Alice. And thank you for being a member of the Women's Club, and I am also a member of the Women's Club, and I've been there since many years. When a teacher from Sunset asked me to become a member because she was older, Mrs. Hetty Smith. She was a teacher, 5th grade teacher at Sunset. She, of course, passed away after, 93 years, but she was a bright lady, had a lot of love and care for our community, and that's the reason why I became a member of the Women's Club. And it's become even bigger now, and we have a lot of you young ladies can become members of the Women's Club, because we need you. We're getting older, and you can bring new ideas, more strength to our community and to our club. So I'd like to welcome anybody that would like to become part of the Women's Club. But also I want to say, we're back from spring break. I'm glad. A lot of us got to rest meanwhile, but now we begin to finish this school year, and I hope that we do continue to have a lot of commitment, but a lot of respect and unity, but most of all, faith and peace. So I want to now say thank you for the people that are here and presentations that you made. We respect them, and we'll continue to work as best as we can and how we can. So thank you, all of you, very much. So now we will be going on to our number 11, which is a conference and session, which is reports and presentations. And I would like to now call the FIGMAT Intervention Specialist, Robbie Montalbano, to present the FIGMAT Physical Health Risk Analysis presentation.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay? Sorry. Thank you very much for allowing me to come and present this report to you. You have a full agenda tonight, and I will keep the comments brief and to the point. Is it on? Sorry, I'm not very technologically savvy here. Thank you. The PowerPoint I put together is pretty short, but it hits the highlights of the report. I know that you've all read the report, you've seen it. So the PowerPoint just sort of guides the conversation through. And there's time at the end for questions, no problem. Before I talk a little bit about the report and FICMAT in general, I have to say that, so in my 6.5 years of doing this work, this was the most organized and attentive and well-run job at a district that I've been on. I've been on so many of these assignments where we come in. It's never pleasant for anyone to do this, but the number of documents they were able to provide us, all of the information, it was just amazing, and I do want to publicly thank them. It makes the job easier. It's a hard thing to go through, but it makes it easier if we can just go in and look at the documents and get done. And as a sort of a contrast, I'm already moving on to another job, and we're going in 4 days and we have no documents. So it gives you an idea, but you really do have a team of people here that really have it together. So I wanted to publicly thank them. A little bit about FICMAT. I think you all know who we are at this point. I don't need to belabor the point. But one of the things that I do like to highlight is that our real true work is management assistance. While we do fiscal crisis intervention, it's really the management assistance and some of the other services we do to try to avoid the fiscal crisis intervention. So while we're here under the so-called trigger, I don't like that word, but the need to be here based on the negative certification, it's really still getting the information out, having conversations, giving you the report so that you can avoid fiscal crisis. So, you're all aware of Assembly Bill 1200, AB 1200 as we call it. The county office has been working with you already and in depth, and that's, I want to commend you for working with them, continue to work with them. They're here to help you. They are a layer of oversight, but understand that you are absolutely the first level of oversight. You have the control, you have the responsibility for the district's financial stability. The county superintendent and his or her staff, they will provide the support, another layer of oversight, some intermediary assistance, but it's really up to you to make the decisions that keeps local control here so that you don't have someone else coming in and telling you what to do, and to keep the district fiscally solid. So the fiscal health risk analysis, we call it an FHRA. The tool was really developed to look at districts who were potentially facing not only financial insolvency, but just even great financial risk. Back in 2018-19, the State Budget Act actually created this automatic engagement, which is a way better word than trigger. But this automatic engagement to come in and try to do this assessment of districts before there's an insolvency, hopefully to avert that. You may or may not watch the news headlines. We've had one insolvency already, and we've got 2 getting up to the plate. So we've gone in and done these, and nothing changes. So we can come in and do these automatic engagements for any number of reasons. In the district's case, it's the negative certification on the first interim report. Even though I believe you have a second interim report that's already done, that was also negative certification, does not mean we come back right away. There's no assistance provided for that. That doesn't help you at all. You'll have the report, and it's a lot of work to get through it, and hopefully it provides you a roadmap. The district can request that we come back and reassess, but the district also can reassess themselves. So I'm not gonna read all of these to you. These are the 20 key areas that we've come up with over 30 years of working with districts on the areas that most commonly lead to fiscal insolvency. The presence of any one of these does not automatically mean that you're going to be insolvent. It's an accumulation of items over time that contribute to it. Some of them obviously can lead to things faster than others. I'm gonna say cash. Obviously, running out of cash will get you to insolvency immediately, where others might take time to erode the solvency and the stability. So I'm not gonna read them all to you, but we did assess the district in all the areas to see where you stack up. Every district, every LEA in the state has risk. No one's getting a 0 score on this. And 0 is what you want. It's like golf, you want a low score. So no one's getting a 0. Everybody has risk, all the districts and LEAs have risk. It's a matter of how much risk, where is it, and how can you address it. So again, I'm not gonna read these, you've read the report, and we're gonna go through just the items in a minute that I called out, just a few of them that I think are the most important. They're all important, but they're the most important. So there were a lot of questions we asked staff. We spoke with a few of you. We've talked to all levels of employees, so it wasn't limited to just district office staff. We talked to school site staff, we talked to warehouse, we talked to, I can't even think of everybody at this point, but we do really cast a broad net because we really want to see what's happening and what's going on. And I think if you read through the report and read some of the questions, they make sense why we would actually drill down to the school site and ask those questions. And everybody was wonderful. Everybody was very forthcoming and were able to answer the questions. So the fiscal health risk analysis has a scoring mechanism. As I said, it's like golf, you want a low score. So we've categorized 24% or lower as considered low risk. And then you have moderate and high. The district, by virtue of being a negative certification, is automatically high risk. You could have gotten a 2% and you still would have been considered high risk by having a negative certification. It's an automatic. So just keep that in mind. So the conditions that really led to us being here was the negative certification for the interim report, where it was less about the projected deficit in 25-26, but the negative certification comes from the inability to potentially meet your commitments in the 2 out years. So that was one of the biggest items that brought us here. The other thing I wanted to highlight on here for the conditions are the collective bargaining disclosures in the recent years have not included for the public's viewing what sorts of reductions you're going to do to meet those requirements. We never comment on what you choose to settle on with your units. I think we all can agree that teachers are underpaid, staff is underpaid. Nobody's going to win that argument. You have the right to do what you want to do and what you need to do for the district, but you also have the responsibility for making sure your revenues and expenditures line up. So whatever it is you want to do, it should be disclosed on there. We're doing X, which is going to result in Y. I wanted to call that out because it is important. So again, I already covered some of this. The district came in at 48.9%, which is high risk. It's not unusual in these cases. We've had much higher scores and we've had lower scores. I want to keep reminding you that this is based on first interim. So I recognize that you're probably more familiar with second interim numbers and even potentially some budget numbers that are coming up. That's the downside of these reports. It's always just a little bit stale. So just keep in mind that it's first interim report. The other one thing I want to bring to your attention is, and I'm sure you understood it when you read the report, if we wrote a report and answered all these questions and talked about all the things that you're doing wonderfully and right, I would never leave. This would be a very long meeting and it would be a very long report. We focus our report on the areas where there needs to be work. Sometimes that's just, it's hard to see because you think, wait, but I do all these great things, our district does all these great things, and you do. But these are the areas that you need to address in some fashion. So the areas I'm going to cover, and again briefly, because I know you did read the report, there's no need to read it back to you. These are going to be the areas we just hit upon briefly, and they all go together. So budget development and adoption, monitoring and updates, deficits, I mean, it's all part of the same conversation. Collective bargaining agreements, spoiler alert, I already told you what it was. Fund balance and reserve, general fund for the current year. All of those things work together. Internal controls and fraud protection, prevention and position control, they all work together also. It's just not as, it's probably not as intuitive when you look at it that it works together. But the other ones, when you start talking about budget and monitoring, those things all go hand in hand. So for budget development and adoption, some of the areas that we looked at, we're not commenting on how good the projection was or how bad it was. That's not it. We're looking at, is there enough information in there? Is it all laid out so that it's understandable? You know, I know someone mentioned earlier transparency. Yes, transparency, but also is it understandable for you? And while I'm 100% certain staff can explain items, it should all really be in the documents. That's really what we looked at was, okay, we had to dig a little bit to get to some of those assumptions, and the assumptions we have no issue with. It was that they weren't really outlined as well as they could be. Those are very easy things to fix. But having information in the documents presented to you, the board, and the public, to have the information like what does step and column cost? What are the adjustments being made or considering being made? What are inflation-related cost increases? What's happening? I know I'm probably going to bring up a sore subject. I know you've had increases in special education costs, things like that. So there's just all of those things need to be included so that when you read the financials and you see, wow, a $2 million deficit, you kind of know what's driving that. The detailed assumptions beyond the cost of living and some of the basics, the normal ones really aren't detailed out. It's not that they're not there. It's not that they didn't make assumptions. They did. It's just not detailed as well as it could be. So, and you're going to see a theme on this. It's the same thing. So even though the district's providing to you the updates and their monitoring, again, there's just not quite enough information there to talk about, well, what changed from budget to first interim? What changed from first interim to second interim? What do those numbers look like? It's not that they didn't do it. They did. It's there. It's that it could be presented just a bit better. So, all of the information anyone needs to interpret the financials of the district should be contained in those documents. They shouldn't be relying on a presentation. I mean, we all come in, I'm giving you a presentation, but the goal was that report is actually everything you need to understand the report. We're just going over it for you in public this way to make sure we hit some of the high points for you and give you the opportunity to ask questions. Same thing when you're looking at budget documents. You want to have all the information so that you can take and understand what's in there. I don't think I'm going to tell you anything you don't know with the deteriorating fund balance. It's deteriorating quickly based on the multi-year projections. The county superintendent's staff is obviously concerned in their oversight role that this gets under control and that everything's actually accounted for and you know, that it's the true picture. You already have staff here from the county superintendent's office assigned to help you. From what I saw, it looks like everyone is working well with them, and that's a great thing to see. But it is a lot of work. I think we've talked about this already, so I don't need to repeat it, but it's the whole idea of making sure that when you're presenting reports, whatever they are, that it contains everything it needs. It shouldn't be, oh, what was it that person said during the presentation that I needed to remember? It should all be in there. They're not, I will admit, they're not the easiest things to read. I mean, the state developed them, how good could they be, right? So, deficit spending, this is information from first interim. I'm not gonna go over it. You've already moved on to second interim, I believe, again, if you're still self-certified as negative. So these numbers have already changed. Fund balance and reserve for economic uncertainties, again, it goes hand in hand. If you're deficit spending, you're eroding your fund balance. When you erode your fund balance, you have difficulty making your minimum reserve, and it is a bare minimum reserve. And when you cannot meet your reserve and when you spend down your fund balance, you have potentially issues with cash. So when you talk about a true insolvency for a school district, it is a school district running out of cash. A school district can have a budget that looks upside down for many years, and the state's not taking it over. It's when you run out of cash. It's when you as a district have to ask the state, please may I have some money for a ridiculously high interest rate. And oh, by the way, can you send me a bunch of people to consistently be in my business for the next 30 years while I pay it off? So that's really what insolvency is. Having an upside down budget is one of the biggest first signs, obviously, but it's really the cash piece. But that's the nexus I want to draw here, is that as you spend down that fund balance, remember that they all go hand in hand at some point. I think we talked about this a little bit already, about having things detailed out, that there was a $1.1 million in expenditures from the general fund to restricted funds, but basically it goes back to making sure all those things are lined out in the budget and clearly put. Again, you've already moved on to second interim. I don't want to belabor this particular point. Position control, and I did talk with staff a little bit. It sounds like this is already in the process of being updated and rectified, so that's great, commend you. But basically, position control, do you all know what position control is? Okay, so I won't go into it. Having that ability to account for everybody and the cost that it's gonna go into the budget is just, it is one of the #1 issues. Now, I've worked with school districts that have 10 kids. Their position control was fine on a spreadsheet. It was okay. And while San Ysidro is a smaller district, they're probably too small for, or too big for a spreadsheet. But as long as it's a well-placed and well-maintained position control system, there's no requirement that it look a certain way. As long as it works, it's accurate, and it is completely interfaced with budget so that everybody knows what's happening. So the next steps here really are for you. What are you going to do, keeping in mind that you're really in budget development mode at this point? Second interim, again, is already in the rearview mirror. I'm sure that you're getting a lot of information from your team about what the budget's looking like. We're still waiting for final COLA numbers and may revise and all those things, but we're getting a pretty clear picture. So that's really where you are already, I'm sure, developing your LCAPs and all those. So again, eye on the ball there for the structural deficit, making sure you've got some really clear documentation when you're looking at the financials, so you have it all there, you can talk about it, and you understand what's happening. We always urge the districts to use this report then to prioritize areas that need improvement. You're not going to tackle all those things tomorrow. You're going to prioritize. You also have students to instruct, you have things to do also. So you're going to prioritize them, and I am really excited to hear that the position control is moving forward, so that's great. And I think the next report is actually from staff about where they are on the report. So having said that, my last statement really is, there are a lot of things in the report, and I recognize that from your perspective, you may look at that and say, wow, we have to fix all that right now. You do need to fix some things. Having said that, if you don't fix the structural deficit, you will not be here to fix those things. So that's really your eye on the ball, is making sure that you're able to put together a budget. And then the other pieces that we talked about is, do you have all the information in there to get that accurate picture? I mean, it's a budget, it's not a final until it's done. Things change daily. But having all that together. And that is it for my presentation. And I don't know if you have questions,
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I also reviewed the health risk analysis, and yes, oh boy, we are definitely not in a good position. So I think we're pretty clear, but I just wanna know if I'm getting it right. So you mentioned the collective bargaining agreements. That's one of the, kind of like our biggest issue from this audit. So the best practice before the first interim, in your experience, would it be just to have all the details on presentations and to the public, or what is it that you recommend?
are you speaking about the collective bargaining agreements or the first interim?
The collective bargaining.
Okay, so for collective bargaining agreements, there's no timeline as far as whether it happens at any given interim or anything like that. It's really driven by the agreements between the district and their bargaining units. The best practice, and in fact the law, says that you have a timeline and you must present that publicly, and the cost of those agreements to the public, it's called a public disclosure, prior to taking action. So that is in fact the law, that is the requirement, and that is the best practice. They need to be certified by the superintendent and CBO that they're affordable based on what's in the disclosure. And that leads us to, if you give a $10 raise, I don't know, I don't want to use any real numbers because I don't want anybody to be upset later. If you give $10 and you need to cut $10, I'm not saying that you have to disclose your position in collective bargaining out in public, but the public, when you say, we agreed for this $10 and our budget's upside down, we will be reducing expenditures by $10 likely in these areas, so that people know. So there's no surprise later when there's a reduction in force, is basically what I'm saying.
Got it. Yes. So by law, we need to do that.
Yes.
To make sure to do that.
And you're not going to jail because it wasn't done exactly right.
That's also good to know. And then, so you mentioned from the first to the second interim, things can be presented better. What was missing in the presentation that we got presented? Yeah, what was missing that you?
So what I would look at when you're looking between first and second, or adopted budget and first interim, any of those, and even to the end of the year, when I say the presentation, I'm not talking about this. This is fine.
The financial report?
The financial reports are good, it's that there's not enough information there. So what we see is that on those lovely, easy to read state forms, it just says, this was the adopted budget, and this is, I'm gonna use second interim in this case. This is our second interim budget, but they also include that as the board operating budget, which is up to interpretation, that's fine. What we would be looking for is if, I'll give an example, if we were going to spend $1 million on a textbook adoption at first interim, and then we did it, and then we decided, oh, well, we were able to do it, and it only cost us $750,000, great. That should show that there was that reduction, and you would know, okay, we know where that came from, we know why it changed. Alternately, if you budgeted $2 million to go into special education and it went to $3 million, you're probably asking why. It should be outlined kind of for you right there. There was $1 million change. It doesn't have to be dollar for dollar, but you're looking at $1 million change, and basically it was legal fees, residential placement, whatever. I'm not speaking to your district specifically, but those are just examples to use. So really looking at the variances, what are they, and do you understand what they are?
Alright, so it's like basically for putting next to each other, from the first interim to the second interim next to each other.
Yeah.
That's funny that you mentioned that, because I did the comparison by looking at both.
Yeah.
in some cases. Okay, and also, what do you believe are some of the root causes of the district financial decline on this?
So we don't look at root cause, and we don't do any root cause analysis on this. Part of the study that we do is really a little bit in that direction. We're looking at things that can contribute to potential fiscal instability or insolvency, but we don't go deep enough to actually say, this is your root cause, here's your problem. Not at all. It's always going to be an accumulation of many decisions made over time.
Okay, that's it from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Just want to thank you for the Big Net report. And what I appreciate is that you really looked at every department, every area. When I read it, Big Net report, it was very detailed. So I can see when people are working with documents that require a lot of detail, you want to see that evidence at school districts. And so I just want to thank you and your team for really looking at this report alongside Dr. Glover and our cabinet, Marilyn and Mr. Bojorquez. They probably have been looking at this endless hours above and beyond. I don't think they even had a spring break, Dr. Iniguez. And it's just to remind us as a district that, always recording me, to remind you that, to remind us that it's really good to have guidance, because if a FIGMAT report was done in every single school district, and that would mean like lots of people working, I'm sure their reports would come out very close to a lot of what goes on in districts, just based on things that affect budgets. And looking at our country and where we're at in terms of just money, cash flow, the burden it's putting on families, healthcare being the premium concern of our employees. I know for a fact that conversations were made to the unions that in compensating the necessary health care, we knew that then if this, then that. We knew that we were going to have to reduce our budget greatly. And so what I want to commend our teams are that we've known that, our unions know that, and they're counting on our district and the board support to get the work done, because I know, as we have said, and somebody's going to make a presentation right now, Marilyn, you will see that we have been working really hard to make sure that we are not taken over by the state. And I've been here more than 40 years to have heard that term over and over and over. And I've never seen a group of business personnel, CBOs, superintendents, support staff, working as hard as we have with the effects how we have been affected by the finances of a community, not just ours, across the state, that has endured loss of students. So, and I know that impacts our schools, but we're very grateful. On the other hand, for our communities that have voted to pass bonds, because it would be really sad to have a school district with really serious financial risk like we're going through, and then having schools that are falling apart. So we look forward to the recommendations and working together so that when you come back, you're going to see the difference. And you will be very proud of us, and as we are proud of the work that you've done. So so, and your team. And I'm really glad that I was a part of that, so I thank you very much.
Can I add a little bit to what Ms. Enanga said about the federal problems that we are having? Did that have any effect in this audit? Any federal issues?
So we don't, again, in looking at this report, we look at practices, systems, and the basis for all the reports and what you're doing. What we don't do is look at, again, any sort of specific cause. You may know that XYZ happened and that was part of your financial problem. You may know that. We're not focused on that. So it may have been, it may not have been.
Thank you.
Ms. Montalbano, I want to thank you for the time spent talking to Ms. Harris and myself, Ms. Spring Bay, and the sincerity of your work. We really take to heart your advice, and in the next presentation, you will see what we have already worked on since our conversation actually at the end of the interviews.
Oh, great.
You know, March 5th, for us, initiated working on those recommendations. So there's work that we have started, and we're working also with our advisor from the San Diego County, Dr. Glover, and we're happy to report that we already have meetings scheduled for the 21st and 22nd for the position control, and we have already talked to our county, San Diego County Office of Ed, to address that. As you mentioned, there's other areas, some ones that are easy to fix and others will take longer. We have addressed some of those already too. But I wanted to thank you for the time and even as the guidance that we needed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. So now, and I would like to call Acting Superintendent Mr. Manuel Borges, Chief Business Official Mildred Peterson, and Retired Superintendent San Diego County Office of Education, appointed Financial Advisor, Dr. Timothy Gold, to present the district implementation of physical health risk analysis recommendation.
Board President, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to follow up on the presentation from Ms. Montalbano. During March 1st through the 5th, we have two of our guests come over and do a fiscal health risk assessment where for 3 days there were interviews taking place. Some of you were part of those interviews, and we had the opportunity to speak to them on March 5th at the end of the interviews, and that initiated, like I mentioned earlier, our work into addressing the issues that we need to address. So what we have to going to present in front of you is some of those issues. You want to go to the next slide? So the overview of the presentation, one, the district proactive response to the FICMA FHRA recommendations. There has been, during spring break, meetings between cabinet members, with Dr. Glover, with people from the San Diego County Office of Education, to address the recommendations. The FICMA FHRA identified 12 of the 20 areas as positive low-risk categories. That doesn't mean that those are areas that we need to ignore, but that's part of the report of the 20 sections. So mainly 8 of the primary sections are areas recommended for us as priorities, and that recommendations have initiated. Next steps, a positive budget by June 2026, and a positive budget certification by December 2026. And that's our goal, and that's our commitment from Cabinet, and I know as per conversations that we have with the board, that's something that the board is also has taken as a high priority. So I want to thank you for the support in those endeavors. As part of our response from the district, we do have a statement we would like to read, and this is going to be something that not only the cabinet, Ms. Adrianson, Dr. Blair, and myself, but our president, board president will read. And we will start, Ms. Lopez, can we start with you?
Yes, the district appreciates FIGMAT partnership and comprehensive analysis conducted to support continued physical strength and long-term planning. The report provides valuable insights and practical recommendations that will guide the district's next phase of financial improvement.
We're grateful to FIGMA for conducting this thorough fiscal health risk analysis and for providing clear, actionable recommendations. We are moving forward with urgency and focus to implement these recommendations and strengthen our fiscal systems.
The district has maintained positive budget certification since 2020, received strong annual external audit results since 2021, and earned favorable bond ratings and transparency report card scores. Like many school districts across California, we are currently managing structural fiscal pressures driven by declining enrollment of nearly 600 students, resulting in approximately $9 million in reduced revenue. Attendance declines following the COVID pandemic, rising special ed costs totaling $15.5 million with only 8% supported by federal funding, escalating employee health benefits costs, limited state cost of living adjustments, and the expiration of one-time funds, and ongoing uncertainty in federal education funding.
While the district has maintained positive budget certification since 2020, along with excellent external audit results since 2021, we have already begun to take immediate, deliberate action focused on the FHRA recommendations. Through strong collaboration and disciplined planning, we are confident in our ability to restore and sustain the district's fiscal health.
The district and board actions to date show they are committed to adopting a responsible and balanced budget for 2026-27 school year by June 2026 and achieving a positive budget certification by December 2026, said the San Diego County Office of Education appointed fiscal advisor Dr. Tim Glover.
San Ysidro School District continues to work in close partnership with FIGMAT and the San Diego County Office of Education to immediately implement the recommendations outlined in the FHRA. These milestones reflect a proactive plan to ensure long-term fiscal stability while continuing to support high-quality programs and services for students. The district will continue to provide updates to the community as it implements the FHRA recommendations with the goal of full implementation by December 2026. We are proud to report that we are doing well in the following 12 categories: annual independent audit report, cash management, charter schools are non-applicable, contributions and transfers, employee benefits, enrollment and attendance, facilities, information systems and data management, leadership and stability, multi-year projections, non-voter approved, debt and risk management, and special education. The district has begun implementing the FHRA recommendations. Thank you to the board for approving the 2026 budget reduction plan. The approval occurred in two phases. The first 3.8 million on December 11th, 2025, and the remaining amount of about 1 million for a total of 4.8 million on January 27th, 2026. The four categories on the budget reduction plan: spending freeze and limit overtime and extra hours, lay off vacant positions, shift expenditures from the general fund unrestricted to the restricted funds, and layoff resolutions due to declining enrollment. The district also continues the work with business and HR, human resources departments, and we will work together to enhance our position control procedures. We have partnered with the San Diego County Office of Education and the the business department and HR department will meet monthly for position control reconciliation. With the board approving the budget reduction plan, we will restore our reserves. The 3% reserve will be restored beginning with the 26-27 budget in June in the amount, and we have implemented the budget reduction plan of $4.8 million. Budget development and adoption, the business department will include additional details beginning with the third interim report, which will be presented to the board in May of 2026. The business department will include additional details beginning with the third interim report, and the district and the county staff will continue to meet monthly to discuss all financial matters. Collective bargaining agreements, the details on the reductions were provided during the board closed session, and moving forward, future budget reduction plans will be finalized prior to the AB 1200's action items. Deficit spending, the 3% reserves will be restored, beginning with the 26-27 budget adoption. And the last one, the business department will provide additional details in the SACS criterion standards moving forward, and charge full indirect costs to all special education grants and other funds as required. Next steps, implement final budget reduction plan components, restores reserves by adopted budget, shift expenditures from unrestricted to restricted, and the final layoff resolutions, which will go to the board on May 7th, right? We plan to synchronize position control, and for budget development process include more detail and finalize budget reduction plans prior to the AB 1200 negotiation process.
And I get the quote I think you're all hoping for, which is, our goal and our commitment is to a positive budget certification by first interim of December 2026. That's the next stage when we'll be able to have a certification process in that. So a timeline to do that, the budget reduction plan from December 2025 and all the way through May 2026, and then an adopted budget that was done in 2025, and that we've revised and finalized the January 26th, if you remember, is when you did your last action to get the $4.8 million of reductions in that. So, and the goal with that is to make sure that we can restore the 3% mandatory reserve. And going forward for any sort of contractual negotiations, et cetera, is implementing the AB 1200 requirements in that. Budget development coming up, we're going to start, and we're going on behind the scenes right now, and with the second interim report that you had in March. And remember, in May, we're going to have what's called a third interim report, so you get yet another third snapshot of how the budget is proceeding in that. And that's going to include, as you heard, with recommendations from FCMAT, more detailed budget assumptions that will be on that presentation beginning in May. So you have a little bit more information as you see it presented to you. Position control, I got to say that was something that I'm very thankful for the County Office of Education's team that does that work behind the scenes, and PeopleSoft program have already committed to meeting with the San Ysidro School District's Human Resource and Finance Department April 21st and 22nd. So just right down the road from now, and to work on position control specifics and some of the strategies that we can use using PeopleSoft modules to do some automated monitoring of some of that work, knowing that it still takes people looking at it regularly and that. So I'm convinced you have a very strong set of commitment from both human resources and finances to do that position control work. And they're also going to take the moment to assign restricted accounts for like substitutes and extra hours so that those are in dedicated lines so that they can be monitored easier. As you can imagine, so many things get paid. You want to make sure you have direct access to those items just to keep a monitoring of them. And then as always, our goal here is for a stable and positive budget in that. So focus on that will be the 26-27 adopted budget that you'll do this summer in June and that. And then our goal, again, our commitment is to work towards a positive certification by December 2026. And like I've said before, it's going to be essential that we have our 3% reserve restored through that budget adoption process in June to move forward towards that positive certification. And thank you again to the board for your fiduciary work that you need to do in this process and the heavy lifting still to be done.
Thank you, Dr. Flor.
Are we gonna have some? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not exactly a question. I guess it's something more like observation, where I feel that we need to definitely improve in the next years because we didn't get here by accident. So from the fiscal health risk analysis report that right now nobody here in the public has, and you will be able to see it starting tomorrow. So there was very specific areas that nobody is actually talking about. So I would like for everybody to notice and to try to avoid this in the next school years. And there was many things that we need to definitely work on. But one of the things that was very outstanding is in the salary, that we are here also because salaries and benefits could be a little too high. We're right now, based on the report, right now we are spending 87.1% of unrestricted budget goes to salary and benefits, which is very high. 87.1. Labor agreements exceed COLA funding. The spending is more than the revenue growth. Raises approved without identifying how to pay for them. As they mentioned, collective bargaining decisions, agreements approved without identifying cuts or revenues to support them. These are not my words, this is part of the report. And of course, not prioritizing restricted funds. Budget assumptions are vague and lack of detail. And also the district lacks of internal audit system. There's some missing costs that were also published in the report. Missing costs like overtime, substitutes, and benefits. And also the cash flow. District does not properly track or forecast cash flow. Okay, and of course, as everybody knows, the required reserve in this report was 2.5 million, and which is the 3%. The district all district needs to have 3%, and the actual reserve that showed in the report was 0.11%. That was extremely dangerous, and I know we're working on it. The second interim doesn't show that, and we will be better on by December. And of course, the enrollment went down 13.8% over the 10 years due to several reasons, right? We don't know exactly what are the reasons, and could be many things that I heard. Also, so the bottom line is that the district is rated high risk for insolvency. The core problems are spending more than it brings in. We're spending more than it brings in. Poor financial controls, decisions made without funding plans, and lack of accountability systems. So I just want to point this out because this was not presented today, these specific areas of the report. So this is something that we need to avoid for future years. I'm sorry, I think someone needs to bring it up, and I think that person is me. So that's it, and hope we can be better the next school years. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Mr. Bojorquez, Marilyn, Dr. Glover, for the presentation, and I think that you as the main people that have the ability, the education, the professionalism, with the support of the staff also, for giving the report to FIGMAT and giving them their answers. I think it tells us a lot of things, and I know that position control has a lot to do with it, and I think that also needed a lot more guidance from the county to implement something like that, because it's been talked about, but I think not only us, I think other school districts will be having more training in that, and that's what we need. And so I want to thank all the staff that did all this in order to come to this FIGMAT report. But I also had questions, and I kind of got me confused, but because in 2018 there was a FIGMAT report. So, but I think that all districts go for different times, different abilities, and different situations, and I think that ours is one that's been affected, and I know that we're gonna have a positive budget report when all of our staff is back healthy and ability to show that we can come out of this. So thank you for all the support you've given us, all the help, and I know it hasn't been easy, but I wanna say thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez, and we know what we need to do.
Yes.
We have the guidance and the advice, experience from Dr. Glover and the county. So we'll get it done.
Absolutely.
Thank you again for your dedication to this. This is a huge endeavor that our district is going to take forward, but it isn't anything that you can't do. I think the meaning and purpose behind this assessment, evaluation, wasn't to put us as a highlighted dangerous school district. I think we are a district that continues to focus on our scholars, our students. Obviously, there are some hardships financially, which we're going to move through, but it's not fair to take a document and just assume that because of that, we have to be desperately saying that we're going to be bankrupt, because that's not the story here. So if we didn't have your guidance, Dr. Glover, your expertise, Mr. Bojorquez, your expertise, Marilyn, Dr. Iniguez, there's a lot of people behind this. And I'm just gonna say it again, educators across the United States get paid an X amount of salary, and also administrators. That is something we can't say, we're only gonna pay you this much. There are guidelines as to how much you pay individuals. It's a profession of a lifetime. When I started working here, I made $13,000 a year, my first year. If I had never gone or raised and gone back to school, I don't think I could survive with $13,000 today. I don't think anybody can. We support our educators, our CSCA employees, our administration, and our cabinet, and nobody is making more money than they deserve. And some people make huge sacrifices to go back to school and get themselves in huge debts that they have to pay back to get further education, to become more professional to give back to the communities they serve. To continuously be pounded and say that we pay our people too much is uncalled for. When you look at salaries and compare it, the governor makes more money than anybody in the state. If you add all our health benefits, of course it looks like it's a lot of money. But we have to understand that this community has very high quality teachers. And I know Alice can vouch for me on this, because she hired many of the excellent teachers we still have working in this district. She always made sure that they were high-quality teachers. And it's a profession that is just always giving and giving to the children, and they do count on us. They are our scholars. And we care for our community, and that's why we thank you. All four of you, our cabinet, and the people who have come in from the outside communities to do this assessment with us, for us, to help us. We appreciate it, and we're not gonna sit back and just try to hide. There's nothing we're trying to hide. We are not hiding anything. And we thank you, because we know together, we're gonna be able to sit here and to say, thank goodness. And we're going to be able to continue doing what San Ysidro has done very, very well for many years, especially the last 10 years. We acknowledge that we have been put on the map once again for great things that are happening in this district. Thanks to the leadership in every school that we have, everybody. Mr. Williams taking care of us all the time, Christina, Miguel, Joey, our board, and the parents who have always supported this community. All of you making sure those schools are renovated beautifully. So we thank you, and we know that if we don't have hope, then forget it. Why are we even going to talk about this? We know that it's going to work out. You have to be positive, not negative. Thank you.
Just one final comment for you, for the board and that. I do want to thank you for all the different types of feedback in that. The kind of crossroads where we're at right now is we have an outstanding roadmap laid out by FICMAT. We've seen that today. Plenty of room to refine and strengthen what we're doing. Now the key is that psychological work that we all need to do together, which is we have a choice to make. We can either take a blame frame and pout about whatever the situation is, or we can take an aim frame, lock arms together, look at all the different components that need to be worked on, and do our very best to make those strides. What I can say to you as a fiscal advisor watching from the outside, I believe we have all the components to be that aim frame. So now the goal is that each and every one of us leans into that to try and help with the dialogue, discussion, and the actions to make this come about. So thank you for your time, and I'm aiming for good things with you also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're on now 11.3. I would like now to call Assistant Superintendent Dr. Jose Inigas to provide us with a concentration projects update.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam President, Mr. Bojorquez. With me here tonight, in case there's someone in the audience who doesn't know him, is our program manager, Kari Knowles. And tonight, we're going to focus mostly on our GeoBond construction projects, but we're also going to mention some of the other projects that are going on. And when you take a look at everything that we're doing with construction, it dovetails with some of the other work that we're doing. And so with that, overview here, broad overview. I'm not going to read every single thing, but I do want to point out some things that are happening now and that we're going to do in the near future. We are replacing the HVAC units at Sunset, which are really in need. We have half of them done. They were just completed over the spring break. And then we're also upgrading a lot of the HVAC control systems that are very much in need. We're also we're in the beginning stages of beginning our emergency communication system installation district-wide. That was a successful grant that we wrote last year, and it's a process, but we're getting there. We're also beginning to update our long-range master facility plan. And for this summer, we have a couple of things that we have planned. For example, some asphalt repair replacement at various schools that we'll speak to here in just a second. Some more playground improvements that we have planned. The actual installation of the community systems at the various districts. And even a crosswalk right in front of Sims. We're collaborating with the city about that. And that's going to dovetail with the construction that we're doing there. And so with that, just a brief recap of some of the work that we've already done. For example, you see the crane there down at the bottom, lifting one of the HVAC units over at Sunset. But over on the bottom left is that new walkway where we got rid of that ramp that was a sort of a trip hazard over at Willow. So just a brief overview of some of the completed projects recently. And so now we're going to focus on the GeoBond board priorities, and we're going to start with SIMS. So as you know, in the picture right in the middle at the top, we've completed the 400 building, and there's a picture of that for members of the audience who may not be familiar with that. But our next steps in that regard are the complete removal of the 600 building that we'll show you here in the next couple of slides. It seems like it's long, but they're really just pictures that we're going to show everyone. But the result of that is going to be a really nice, grand student promenade. But that removal has already happened. We're also currently demolishing the 700 building in the interior in order to make space for the new main office. We'll show you that here and coming up. Next week, our library parent center will be ready next week. So we're moving the potential renaming, rebranding of the school as well as the track is something that we're also working on here before summer. Then there's the 300 building, which is adjacent to the 400 building. That's going to be completed over the summer. And then a very catch-all type of bullet point at the bottom, the rest of the modernization project. And there's just not enough space there in that last bullet point for everything, but that's going to take place mostly during the summer. So that, and I hope Ms. De La Torre is listening, so for the board, what we plan to do as a district for the next Teddy Bear event is not only are we going to give you a positive certification on that interim report, but we're also going to give you, if you can believe this, December 2026, a new SIMS. That's the expected completion date right around the corner. So it's going to be a very happy December. So with that, we want to show you a few of the pictures of the work that's going on. You may recognize this. This used to be the main office area. And as you see, there's quite a bit of work going on, and Carl, please speak in if I forget anything. But there's a lot of work that has to be done in order to lay conduits and things of that nature. But ultimately, you'll see some pictures here of how that new student center is going to look. Top right are some pictures of some classrooms in the 400 building that are being gutted as we speak and being prepared. We also wanted to speak to the water issue that happened recently. Like all construction, you just never know what you're going to find. And recently, we had to replace the main water line due to the condition. So we wanted to show you, first of all, where it is. It's closer to the street in the side parking lot, as you see there in the middle. But we circled the very, very large tree and the roots that had eaten through there. That's sort of the dotted circle. I know it's a little hard to see because of the sun, but the roots were eating through that. And then what you see in blue circled is actually the new pipe. So the blue pipe is the new pipe, but the right of the picture, you can see the old pipe was very corroded. And so it was exposed to the elements. And so when combined with the roots, it just gave way. And so as you see, it's being addressed and it will be addressed as part of the work. We wanted to also show you a picture here of the Friendship Plaza area. That's going to be demolished as part of the work. But fear not, it's going to be a really nice area for students when all is said and done. This is what we were talking about in terms of the 700 building. Most of this is going to be part of the new main office area and the offices that are there. This is where, just to orient you a little bit, this is where the kiln, the old kiln used to be there at Sims, along with sort of an outside patio area. But now it's completely removed in the middle, and that will be enclosed to be part of the brand new building there. And again, please remind me if I miss anything. You can see we're really moving here. And here, we also wanted to show you, what's that? The video? Yeah. We also wanted to show you, for if you're interested in a very quick video of the demolition. I don't know if it's working, but that's okay. I'm sure we have, oh, there it is. In case you're interested and it captures your attention, I've always dreamed of driving one of these, but hey, I can keep dreaming. But you could see that we're very much hard at work. And this is demolition of the 600 building, correct?
Yes.
All right, so the 600 building, and we'll show you another picture here in a second, but this is going to be a grand promenade for our students. It's going to lead from a new student drop-off area to the new student center. So, all right. Just want to give you sort of the picture of what's happening there every day. So we are moving and working. All right. So that tractor was in that very large open area that you see in the background there, and we circled the student center where that is, and the picture is taken from the side parking lot closer to the street. And if you can imagine, there's going to be a new grand student drop-off area that's going to lead into a really nice open promenade with shade, benches, and things of that nature for students, a very inviting drop-off area. That one item, I don't know what to call it, structure there in the middle is not part of that promenade. We just wanted to point out that it's there for sample purposes. The contractor uses that to demonstrate certain samples, for example, what the arches are going to look like in the hallways, what some of the benches are going to look like in terms of the height and things of that nature. But that model will not be there for the Grand Promenade. Yeah, okay, I thought you wanted to say something. So I just wanted to point out, it's actually a lot wider than it looks. And so if anybody is thinking, well, why would you get rid of a building? I just want to point out that that building could not be used for instruction because it was the old kitchen. It's not as if we could go in there and use it for teaching stations. All right, so here's a picture of the progress that we're making inside of the student center. You're already seeing it come to life. And you see some of the creative arches that are going to be along the walls there, but we are moving at a rapid pace. And this is the library to be exact, but you will see a similar type of approach over in the student center. One last picture for Sims here. We also wanted to show you that the fence is up, the perimeter fence. It's 10 feet high. It actually looks higher because it's up on the side of the hill there. But that's part of the plan, and it wraps all the way around that main parking lot that exists now. But when all is said and done, the entire parking lot is going to be redone. We're going to have a new marquee, but we simply wanted you and the public to see that we really are moving along here with regard to the progress. And so I'm going to move on to another school from Sims, but I'm just going to pause to see if there are any questions or comment. No? Okay. All right. So board priority number 2, the CDC move to La Mirada. So we're going to show you a bigger picture of that map here in the next slide, but what we wanted to point out is that we are essentially in a waiting period here for the state to get back to us with the plans. They are behind. We thought we would receive those plans sooner, but we are still on a schedule to finish by December of 2027. And if all goes the way that we hope it does with the state, we can start construction, actual construction, in the fall of 2026. And so what you're going to see here in the next slide, a little bit more detail, is we're going to have the building 400 is essentially going to be very flexible in terms of its use. We are going to design it in such a way where they're all going to have access to restrooms, and so it will be able to accommodate based on enrollment, both preschool, TK, as well as K, depending on the enrollment for a particular year. There will also be a separate new playground area for kindergarten, so preschool can have its own playground area. And then in orange towards the top or middle, that is where the new CDC classroom building will be. You see that we're also going to have shade structures throughout, but then in addition, down below, closer to the street, that would be where the new CDC admin building is going to be. And in gray down at the bottom, a little bit cut off, but we're going to expand the parking area to accommodate both programs as well as the drop-off area. But that is a broad overview. There will also be another shade canopy up closer to the small red soccer, I don't know what you call it, it's not a soccer stadium, but the little, yeah, court, a little soccer court. So that's just a brief overview, once again, of what we are planning to do over at La Mirada. And then the new Grace A. Kojima Community Education Resource Center, where are we? We are currently waiting again for DSA. They are behind, not just with us, but all over the state. We hope that they would give us the plans this month, and we're still hopeful, but if not, hopefully as soon as possible. Where we are now is we've completed the site assessments. That is to say, for example, we've looked at the soil to see if there's any contamination of any kind. That's part of what's required, whether or not there are any conditions or concerns with regard to the soil. And then for members of the public, the last bullet point is cut off. I'm not sure why, but also in progress is our environmental impact and mitigation. Anytime you do construction, we have to ensure that if there's any environmental impact, that we have to mitigate that. And right now, we've been told that we are going to impact one endangered species, which is the same one that we had over at VDM, and that's the gnatcatcher bird. Apparently that's one of its natural habitats, so we're going to have to mitigate for that. And there's also one native bush, am I right, the sagebrush? The sagebrush that we're also going to affect as a result of this, so we're going to have to mitigate for that. So we are actively working on what that would look like. And then finally, just one more thing I want to say here. So when we finally get the green light, so to speak, from the state to go ahead and start, one of the first things that you're going to see is the picture over at the very right bottom of the pictures. That's the footing. So we would start trenching out the area to start pouring the concrete, which is essentially the foundation for the building. So we really hope that that would actually start here very soon, as you see, hopefully this summer, if not by very, very early fall. But because there are no students there, we can work throughout the day. So once we start here in the fall of 2026, we expect to be done in approximately 12 months, December of 2027. So things are moving fast. Would you agree with that timeline?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Jorge, I do have one question. If you can refresh my memory, who's the contractor for this project? The same one? The same one?
No. So this is a design build. So it's more of a design build entity. So the contractor for this one is called Barnhart Reese, and that's different from Sims.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So with that, one more, which is the priority 5, smart boards. So over at VDM, we are essentially complete with the smart board installation there. And for the summer of 2026, we are looking at the other schools. As a matter of fact, this week here, we've already published we've had walks and we've already published the bids, so that hopefully we will have those implemented and installed at the other schools during the summer. But we have to wait for what we get on the bids. We don't know yet if we're going to get enough interest for people to install those at the other schools during the summer, but we are hopeful. We also want to note for Sims, those smart boards are being done during its own construction. As you see, that's the picture at the bottom right. The pictures at the top and to the right are of VDM and the completed project there. And by the way, if you haven't seen these are 85 inches. They're huge. And then just 2 more slides here, a couple more projects that we're getting ready to do here very soon. As indicated, the asphalt repair at Willow, Sunset, and Smythe. I'll speak to that in the very last slide that's coming up. Smart board installations, we talked about that. Flooring replacement at the Sunset Preschool. And by the way, these are all using restricted funds, all of them. And then maintenance and curb appeal at Willow. I'm not sure if you have a chance to see, but we're really working hard here at Willow. We're going to be doing some more work here at Willow over the summer. We're going to finish the HVAC replacement, brand new HVAC units, both here at Willow, where we are now, and over at Sunset. We're going to continue our work with the long-range master facility plan, and we're going to continue upgrading our software for the HVAC That's where technology has come now. You really cannot run your HVAC units across a district anymore without the technology. You need that software. And so we're upgrading that. And then the last slide, just to give you a little bit more detail about the asphalt work that needs to happen and where we're gonna focus over the summer. At Willow, we're gonna focus on the playground and the parking lot. At Sunset, we're gonna focus on the playground, and you see the picture there of both cracks as well as what the playground looks like. So the asphalt needs a lot of TLC. And then over at Smythe, we've done the playground there, but the parking lot is something that we still need to do. So we have the scope for you there below, but we hope to get all of that done during the summer. And I know I moved fast here, but we just wanted you, as well as members of the community, to see that we are moving forward with their public funds.
Just one,
Yeah.
just one note on the asphalt. There's a scheduled maintenance plan over years. So for the public, we're doing 3 this summer, but we plan to do more the next summer and more the next summer. So just know that all schools are planning to get dressed with asphalt.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Both. And I'm doing this, but this is a dream come true, and thankful for the bond and the people, our
Yes.
voters who approved these bonds.
Absolutely.
For making like, I mean, I grew up here and it's a beautiful dream come true, because I know that we've been waiting and hoping to be able to do something in our community which has made this community even more beautiful. And I know at the end, I got the children who were showing me middle school and how things are changing. And I think of Willow also, because that's where I began to work, at Willow School, which was nothing, but now I can see, and I want to thank the people who voted for these bonds, because we were in need. We were very much in need. Our community and our students and our staff, we deserve this beautiful that's going to be there. And this is ours. I'm sure you felt the chills and you felt for the center, our parent center and community center, for named after Grace Kojima. Her dream came true. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to members of the community for the GEO bonds, because as you see, we are really putting them to use. And so thank you very much.
Okay, so now we're on general administration.
Thank you.
We have okay, so now we're on 12.1, and this is minutes, approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of March 5th, 2026, and the special board meeting of March 12th, 2026. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President.
I second.
Mr. Arias makes the motion, second by Mrs. Rosario. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4. Okay. Now we're on 12.2, revised classified salary schedule. Approve, ratify the revised classified salary schedule to include the new special program custodian position.
I so move, Madam President.
Mr. Arias makes the motion.
Go ahead.
I second. And may I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. 12.3 is revised 25-26 classified employee 12-month work calendar. Approve the revised 25-26 classified work calendar to include the new special program custodian position.
So move.
Mr. Arias makes a motion.
I second.
Who seconds?
Okay,
Mrs.
Robin.
Graça?
Yeah.
She seconds it. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye, passes 4-0. 12.4, 26-27 student calendar. Approve the 26-27 student calendar. May I have a motion?
So move.
Mr. Arias makes the motion, I second. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. 12.5 is the 26-27 staff work calendar. Approve the 26-27 staff work calendar. Ooh, that's quite a lot of them now.
So move, Madam President.
Okay.
I second.
Mr. Arias makes motion, Ms. Snyder Rosario seconds it. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. 12.6.
Madam President, I believe we have
Some 12.6, Karina Robles.
Punto de la agenda 12.6, día, semana del maestro. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente interino, señor Bojorquez y padres de familia. Mi nombre es Karina Robles, soy madre de un estudiante de este distrito. El día de hoy, mientras el distrito escolar propone reconocer y celebrar el día, semana del maestro, ustedes también están dejando ir a maestros con credenciales y experiencia. Los quieren seguir reemplazando con estudiantes, maestros con credenciales de emergencia y asignaciones incorrectas, todo bajo la excusa de un presupuesto ajustado, causado por años de mala administración financiera irresponsable de parte de la superintendente Gina Potter y esta mesa directiva. Esto no debería ser causa de celebración, eso es mera hipocresía, y nuestros estudiantes son quienes terminan pagando el precio. Salones de clase con maestros, estudiantes que todavía están aprendiendo y que carecen del entrenamiento y experiencia para atender sus necesidades. En lugar de un agradecimiento vacío, les pido que hagan estas preguntas. ¿Qué está haciendo este distrito para retener y traer maestros completamente calificados? ¿Por qué nuestros maestros con credenciales están yendo de San Ysidro? Las respuestas son claras: falta de respaldo, liderazgo débil, un ambiente laboral estresante y encima de esto, una póliza de campo seguro que ahora hace imposible la verdadera colaboración entre padres y maestros. Han elegido parches presupuestarios a corto plazo en vez de estabilidad y verdaderos cambios. Cada vez que reemplazan a un maestro con experiencia, con conocimiento y que entiende las necesidades de nuestros hijos, con un estudiante o pasante de maestro sin credenciales, envían el mensaje de que la experiencia y las calificaciones no importan. Pido que dejen de contradecirse y usen esta semana de apreciación del maestro para hacer algo verdaderamente efectivo. Retengan y apoyen a los maestros, corrijan su mala administración financiera y restauren la colaboración entre padres y maestros. Den a nuestros estudiantes la instrucción estable y experta que merecen. Cualquier cosa menos que esto solo son palabras vacías en una agenda. Gracias.
Resolution number 260045, classified confidential school employee week. Adopt resolution number 25260045, recognizing the week of May 17th through the 23rd. Wait a minute. I should have done this one.
It was 12.6.
We need to 12.6 make I'm sorry. This is a resolution number 2526-0044, declaring the observation of Wednesday, May 13th, 2026 as a San Ysidro Day of the Teacher and the week of May 11th through the 15th as a week of the teacher.
I make a motion.
Snyder Rosario makes a motion, may I second? I make a second. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perazza?
Yeah, aye.
4-0, thank you. 12.7 is resolution number 25260045, recognizing the week of May 17th through the 23rd as classified and confidential school employee week. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I second.
Arias makes a motion. Rosario seconds. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. So now we are on 12.8, and I believe there's Allison Murillo.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm a former student of the San Ysidro School District and the older sister of a current Willow Elementary student. I want to speak today about something that should not be happening in any public school district. the lack of transparency to parents regarding who is instructing their children under current staffing conditions. The San Ysidro School District is currently in a fiscal crisis. That crisis was not created overnight. It is the result of long-term financial mismanagement and irresponsible budgeting decisions that have now led to staffing shortages and reliance on emergency permits, limited assignments, and intern-based placements under the district's declaration of need for fully qualified educators. And the result is what families are now seeing in classrooms. Positions that may be filled through these authorized alternative pathways when fully credentialed educators are not available. Let's be clear about what that means. These individuals are working under emergency permits, intern credentials, or provisional authorizations. While these assignments are legally permitted under state credentialing rules, they are not always clearly communicated to families at the classroom level. That gap in communication raises serious concerns, not only about preparation for and instructional support, but mostly about transparency. Because parents are not consistently informed when their child's classroom is being led by someone who is not a fully credentialed teacher. That lack of transparency is unacceptable. Families have a right to know who is responsible for their children every day, clearly, directly, and without ambiguity. When a district assigns staff under emergency, intern, or limited authorization pathways, there should be a clear and consistent standard for parent notification. Anything less creates confusion and undermines trust. And this is where accountability becomes unavoidable. Because if financial constraints and staffing shortages require these assignments, then the district has an even greater responsibility to communicate those realities honestly and consistently with families, not allow them to discover it indirectly through circumstance. Right now, that responsibility is not being met. Students deserve stability, parents deserve transparency, and this community deserves honesty about how classrooms are staffed. This is not about singling out individuals entering the profession. This is about ensuring that systemic staffing decisions made under legal frameworks like the Declaration of Need are matched with equal transparency at the family level. If a classroom is being led by someone under an emergency permit or intern credential, parents should not have to assume or find out later. They should be informed directly. And so I am requesting that this board create and adopt a mandatory transparency policy requiring direct parent notification whenever a classroom is staffed under emergency permits, intern credentials, or limited assignment authorizations. I also request that this item be placed on the next available governing board agenda for discussion and possible action. We deserve better, our students deserve better, and this community deserves a district that treats transparency and accountability as non-negotiable. Thank you.
I also have some discussion.
To make a motion.
Okay.
And we have now, Roxanne Palestino.
Good evening, buenas tardes. We are very concerned with what our Human Resources, Mr. Burciaga, is asking you to approve tonight. The Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators. Estamos muy preocupados por lo que el señor Burciaga está pidiendo que aprueben esta noche. La Declaración de Necesidades de Educadores Completamente Calificados. If you approve this, the district is formally acknowledging that it does not have enough fully qualified teachers. Si aprueban esto, el distrito está reconociendo formalmente que no tienen suficientes maestros completamente calificados. Instead of addressing the root of the problem, it creates justification to fill those positions with interns, emergency permits, and waivers. En lugar de abordar la raíz del problema, esto crea una justificación para llenar esas posiciones con internos, permisos de emergencia y exenciones. Mr. Burciaga proposes bringing in 7 interns. And Señor Burciaga propone traer 7 internos. It means individuals who are not fully credentialed, who lack sufficient experience, and most importantly, it creates a greater risk that our students' needs will not be properly met. Significa que personas que no están completamente certificadas, que carecen de experiencia suficiente, y lo más importante, crea un mayor riesgo de que las necesidades de nuestros estudiantes no sean atendidas adecuadamente. It is asking for permission to fill 30 positions with staff who are not fully qualified or only partially qualified. Se está pidiendo permiso para llenar 30 posiciones con personal no calificado o solo parcialmente calificado. Es por esto que cambiaron las políticas para mantener a los padres fuera de las escuelas, so that we don't see who's actually working with our children. San Ysidro spends more per student than almost any district in the county, almost $18,000 per student. San Ysidro gasta más por estudiante que casi cualquier distrito del condado, casi $18,000 por estudiante. But we still do not have qualified staff in classrooms. Pero todavía no tenemos personal calificado en las aulas. And you know what we do have? A superintendent on medical leave getting paid while this district continues heading towards negative numbers. Saben que sí tenemos un superintendente en medical leave cuando estamos con números negativos. How long do you guys plan on keeping students in these conditions? Year after year? Segundo, ¿por cuánto tiempo piensan mantener a los estudiantes en estas condiciones? ¿Año tras año? ¿Cuál es what's the root of this issue? ¿Cuál es el raíz del problema? Is it working conditions, lack of support, insufficient resources, a negative work environment?
Thank you. We now have Karina Robles.
Punto de agenda 12.8, declaración de necesidad de maestros titulados. Buenas tardes de nuevo. Quiero compartir mi preocupación sobre lo que esta decisión representará para nuestros estudiantes más vulnerables. Entiendo que esta declaración es un requisito, pero también es una admisión clara de que el distrito no está logrando reclutar ni retener a maestros calificados. Y el problema no es solo la falta de personal, es el impacto real que esto ya está teniendo en nuestros hijos. Mi hijo, un estudiante en educación especial y aprendiz de inglés, ha sido ya anteriormente afectado seriamente al ser puesto en manos de personal sin la preparación adecuada, incluyendo maestras estudiantes, personal con credenciales de emergencia y terapeutas nuevos de OT y speech que vienen de agencias sin experiencia. Esto ha resultado en incidentes graves, falta de implementación de su IEP, intervenciones inconsistentes, falta de datos claros sobre su progreso y decisiones relacionadas a su educación tomadas sin mi consentimiento y autorización. Esto no le puedo llamar apoyo. Esto es una falta y una falla del sistema. Y no es un caso aislado. Cuando el distrito depende de personal no calificado, lo que genera es inestabilidad, falta de continuidad en los servicios, retrocesos académicos y conductuales, y mayor riesgo para estudiantes con IEP y aprendices de inglés. Nuestros estudiantes necesitan consistencia y experiencia y conocimiento, no personal que aún está aprendiendo mientras trabaja con nuestros hijos. Y esta es mi mayor preocupación. En lugar de resolver la raíz del problema, que es la falta de la capacidad para retener maestros y especialistas calificados, el distrito está tomando soluciones temporales que bajan el estándar. Señor Bojorquez, señor Burciaga y mesa directiva, ¿cuánto tiempo se continuará trayendo maestros sin la preparación y calificación o experiencia requeridas? ¿Qué medidas tomarán para proteger a nuestros estudiantes? ¿Y qué medidas tomarán para retener personal calificado? Porque mientras estas decisiones se toman, nuestros hijos sufren las consecuencias. ¿Qué garantía existe de que los servicios de educación especial se implementarán correctamente? Director de Educación Especial, señor Quintana, señora María Rodríguez, coordinadora de programas federales y estatales, ¿qué están haciendo ustedes para abogar, garantizar y proteger los derechos de los estudiantes con necesidades especiales y los aprendices de inglés? ¿Y quién será responsable cuando los servicios no se brinden adecuadamente y ocurran incidentes graves? Esto no es solo un tema administrativo, son nuestros derechos. Nuestros hijos tienen derecho a una educación apropiada, a servicios consistentes y a personal calificado. La solución es arreglar el sistema. Les pido que consideren su propuesta y que no normalicen un sistema que pone en riesgo a nuestros hijos. Nuestros hijos no son un experimento. Buenas noches.
So we're at 12.8, declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators in specific areas which are difficult to fill for the 26-27 school year. May I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Rosa makes a motion. May I have a second?
Make a second.
Mr. Martin Arias makes a second. May I have a vote?
I have a discussion.
Aye.
Yeah, I have discussion for this item. So I understand that staffing is challenging right now, but bringing in interns and teachers with emergency credentials, which I also experience as a mother here in this district, must come with transparency and accountability. Parents have reported negative experience directly impacting students when classrooms are led by student teachers, interns, or non-fully credentialed staff. In most cases, families were never informed of the teacher's status. We are hearing constant concerns, like right now, including lack of proper supervision and guidance for these educators, failures in IEP implementation resulting in compliance concerns. I also speak for that. Safety-related incidents, lack of classroom structure, order, and control. Parents have a right to know who is teaching their children, especially when their children have special needs and rely on trained, qualified staff. I am requesting that this board direct the district to provide written notifications to parents when their child is assigned an intern or non-fully credentialed teacher. So that is a request and also a policy that we can revise. Clearly disclose the educator's credentials, status, and level of supervision. Ensure proper oversight, especially in special education settings. Provide regular public reporting on the use of interns and emergency permits. And I request for this to be a discussion of a future policy on the next board agenda meeting. So that is my second motion. So I motion.
That's really a first motion.
Madam President, we have a current motion on the table. Which we have to, no, so Ms. Rosario, would you like to amend your motion, or would you like to keep it as is?
I want to keep it as is.
Great, okay, so we have to vote on this.
Okay, so may I have a vote on this to keep it as it is?
Aye.
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 No.
Thank you, it passes. We're on 13, consent calendar. All items are appearing and adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion, unless a member of the board or superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately. So may I, so I did. There is, so it would be, 13B.3, Roxanne Palestino.
Madam President, just a point of clarification. We have to ask if there's any polls first, and then we'll address the,
So do we have any polls from any of our board members?
Yeah. 13E.12.
13 Echo?
Yes. And that's it?
No polls for me?
No polls from me.
Neither for me, okay. So then we'll start with.
1 second, are you pulling anything from the?
Yeah, I want to request for discussion 13E.5, 13E.6, and 13E.7.
No, Madam
So you
So-
go back.
Yeah,
Okay, so then now I ask for a vote for the remainder of the consent calendar.
Madam President, just a point of clarification, we need to hear the public comment on all items minus 13 Echo point 5, 13 Echo point 6, 13 Echo point 7, and 13 Echo point 12.
Okay,
So all items
so 13, E.5,
So we're gonna have, no, we're gonna do that one separately.
so B.
So we're gonna get this one, this one we have to do, call that number up because it got pulled. These are, we're gonna get when we get to the items, these are on consent, so we need to get these.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that, okay? So, we are now on 13C. Wait a minute.
We're gonna hear all items, we're gonna hear public comment on the consent calendar now. Yep.
Okay. So 13B.3, Roxanne Palestino.
Good evening, buenas tardes. According to this document, this role requires a fully credentialed teacher, experience, and specialized knowledge to support instruction, coach teachers, and improve student outcomes. Según este documento, este puesto requiere un maestro completamente certificado, con experiencia y conocimiento, especializados para apoyar la instrucción, guiar a los otros maestros y mejorar el rendimiento estudiantil. How is the district acknowledging a shortage of fully qualified teachers in one agenda item? ¿Cómo es que el distrito reconoce una escasez de maestros completamente calificados en un punto de la agenda, while at the same time creating and maintaining positions that require high-level qualifications? Mientras al mismo tiempo crea o mantiene posiciones que requieren altos niveles de calificación. Where are these qualified educators coming from? ¿De dónde van a salir estos educadores calificados? This highlights a deeper issue. Demuestra un problema más profundo. A disconnect between planning, staffing, and reality. Una desconexión entre la planificación, el personal y la realidad. If we can't retain fully qualified classroom teachers, si no podemos retener maestros completamente calificados en el salón, how can we sustain specialized roles like this one? ¿Cómo podemos sostener roles especializados como este? It's not just about one position. Eso no se trata solo de una posición, sino de las prioridades
not like or to wait or? What should we do right now?
Yeah, so we're okay to, Madam President, so it sounds like we're okay to leave the item, there is no overlap. As is.
Thank you, Mr. Arias. So this one is 13C.22. See?
I think it's 13E12.
Yeah, so right here in that.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
There's not two one. Echo? Roxanne, what is your next item you were speaking on?
Well, I wanted to speak on 13E12.
Okay, so it's not C12, it's not C21, it's D12. Is that the only other one you want to speak on?
Also 13C21 and 13C22.
There is no,
Yes, 13E12.
no, there's no 13C21.
Is it 13E21?
Oh, sorry, E21, yeah.
So still, it's 13E.21 that you're gonna talk.
Okay, so we can't speak about the item, you pulled it out,
No, you can speak on that item.
the E21, E12.
E12, you're gonna speak on it, because it's been pulled from the consent agenda.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna speak on it when we break
Later,
down.
okay.
Yep.
So I'll go to 13CE21. Okay.
And just from our IT perspective, are we back on live there? Yes, you're back. Great, thanks.
Okay. Good evening. I am speaking on this agreement for non-public school services because this is not just policy for me. This is personal. Estoy hablando sobre este contrato de servicios porque esto no es solo política para mí, esto es personal. Mi hija, my daughter Violet, depends on these services. Mi hija Violeta depende de estos servicios. Consistency, structure, and support are not optional for her. They are necessary. La consistencia, la estructura y el apoyo no son opcionales para ella, son necesarios. And yet, what I see in this contract is services listed, costs listed, but no clear accountability to whether children like mine are actually progressing. Y sin embargo, lo que veo en este contrato son servicios y costos, pero no responsabilidades claras sobre si los niños como mi hija realmente están avanzando. Because the reality is services are not always consistent. La realidad es que los servicios no siempre son consistentes. Staff changes, support gets interrupted, and children are the ones who fall behind. Cambian el personal, se interrumpe el apoyo y los niños son los que se atrasan. When support is not there, they struggle to regulate, to transition, and to access their education. Cuando el apoyo no está, ellos batallan para regularse, para hacer transiciones y para acceder a su educación. Y realmente eso es inaceptable. This agreement allows the district to contract out critical services. Este contrato permite al distrito subcontratar servicios críticos. But where is the accountability when those services fail my children? Pero ¿dónde está la responsabilidad cuando esos servicios fallan a nuestros hijos? ¿Dónde está la garantía que sus IEPs se están implementando completamente? Where is the guarantee that their IEPs are being fully implemented? They are legal rights. Son derechos legales. And I also want to ask how services are being distributed across schools. Are all children receiving equal support? ¿Todos los niños están recibiendo el mismo apoyo? Or some are being left behind? Algunos se están quedando atrás. Because children like mine do not have time to wait. Niños como los míos no tienen tiempo para esperar. Every missed service, every inconsistency has a real impact. Cada servicio perdido, cada inconsistencia tiene un impacto. Before approving this agreement, the board must require clear tracking of services delivered, measurable student progress tied to those services, and full transparency to families like mine. Antes de aprobar este contrato, la mesa debe exigir seguimiento claro de los servicios brindados, progresos medibles de los estudiantes ligados a esos servicios y transparencia total para las familias como la mía. Because this is just not a contract. This is my child's education. Esta es la educación de mi hija. And they deserve better. Ellos merecen más. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. So now we're on 13E22.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, Roxanne.
No, that's okay.
Palestino.
Okay, good evening. My name is Roxanne Palestino. The pattern is clear. We are outsourcing critical student services instead of building strong, consistent support within our district. Estamos subcontratando servicios críticos en lugar de construir apoyo fuerte y consistente dentro del distrito. And for families like mine, consistency is everything. Para familias como la mía, la consistencia lo es todo. My child depends on structure, routine, and qualified support to access her education. I think it was the same one, huh? The same item?
This is the agreement with La Jolla Psychology Center.
Right.
That is the Christian Boston, PhD, APC.
So it's the same thing. We want you guys to stop outsourcing and work within our districts so our students, our children, don't get services that are interrupted and less accountability, because when there is a problem, we can't complain about anybody or we don't even know their names. Oh, they're not here today, they called in sick. They're outside agencies where we should have the best psychologists. That's what you guys should be spending the money on. You said there's a lot of qualified teachers, yet we see it on the agenda, how most of our kids are, at least 30 of them are gonna be stuck in classroom with teachers with no experience, no credentials, including kids with disabilities, English learners. So we gotta really do better. I mean, there's so much money for other things, but the main sources where we're gonna see improvement in our reading scores and our test scores and our reclassifications, we don't see much effort from the district. And as parents, it's really concerning because we're now with all this mismanagement and negative numbers. I mean, our kids aren't guinea pigs. We want something stable, something that's going to be beneficial for our students and our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you make a comment on,
Just for a point of clarification, this is a current request for a particular agency to provide an evaluation.
For the IEEs?
As is the right.
A what?
They have the right to request a particular agency, and that's what it is.
Okay.
okay, Madam President?
Okay, so now we need to make the motion for the consent calendar, excluding.
I got the numbers here. Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar without 13 Echo Point 5, 13 Echo Point 6, 13 Echo Point 7, and 13 Echo Point 12.
I second.
Item, Mr. Alice makes the motions, and item Rosario seconds. May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Passes 4-0.
So now we move to 13 Echo Point 5.
The purpose of the pull-up 13.5.
We need to make a motion and then we can open up discussion on it.
Is it have to be individual?
We have to do these individually, so I'd like to make a motion to approve 13.5.
I second.
Okay,
Okay, now we can have discussion on it.
all right.
And go ahead, we have public comment on it.
Okay.
I think that if we're going to come to a comment, I think collectively these are related. And so I think, you know, it's going to probably comment and speak to all of them, and we can make separate votes on that.
Okay.
Yeah, the purpose of putting this is to provide an opportunity for discussion on this issue and for board to be able to ask questions. I understand we have our legal counsel here to be able to answer questions. And also we have members of the public that are going to speak to the topic.
So we
This is Mr. Michael what?
Just introduce you. There is
Okay.
Oh, there's public.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Michael Wong. I'm a program manager with the City of San Diego. I am here to urge your approval of the 3 compensation agreements for the city's Liberty Station, Chinese Historical Museum, and the Walker Scott site. In accordance with the state's redevelopment dissolution laws, the city intends to retain ownership of these sites to continue their ongoing redevelopment use. In order to do so, the dissolution law requires that the city enter into compensation agreement with all affected taxing entities, such as the school district, and pay a compensation amount to each based on its percentage share of property tax revenue. The dissolution law requires that the compensation amount be based on an appraisal completed by an independent appraiser approved by the Oversight Board and California Health and Safety Code Section 34180F. Specifically establishes that the 2011 tax lien date be used as the date of valuation. While you may hear that if the board does not approve the compensation agreements, specifically Liberty Station, that the city will be forced to sell these properties, resulting in greater revenues to the school district, this is simply not true, as explained more fully in the city's letter submitted as part of this item. There is nothing in the dissolution laws that requires a city to sell, and there is nothing requiring a different compensation amount than what is included in the proposed agreements. In conclusion, the city has followed all steps required by the state's redevelopment dissolution laws, and again urge you to approve the 3 compensation agreements before you. At this time, 9 of the 12 other tax entities have reviewed and approved these compensation agreements. The city has approved the funding to make the required payments under the compensation agreements pending full approval by all taxing entities and hopes to implement the proposed agreements by the end of the year. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for legal representative?
Just wanted to introduce Ty Dorwood. He's with BBK Law Firm, and he provides legal guidance in reference to our agreements.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you might have. I understood from Ms. Adrianzen there were some potential issues or questions about the backdrop of it. Happy to go into it as much detail or as little detail as you would like. The conversation around redevelopment certainly dated both myself and Ms. Adrianzen, since this law has changed a lot over the last 20 years or so.
Any questions from the board?
Well, it's not a question, but more if you can, maybe we're on the same page, I don't know. So from doing my due diligence on doing my research and reading carefully the letter and comments from everyone, I my conclusion was that, so it's the city's intention to fulfill the original intent of the Navy and city property transfer agreement to provide a public benefit and historical preservation. If we approve of these agreements, we will be in favor of this.
Well, I don't know if I can completely answer your question the way you asked it, because I can't certainly speak to the city's intent. What I can speak to is what both of the public commenters have talked about, which is the city council is the discretionary body that makes the choice as whether to sell property or keep property, as the redevelopment laws got amended in about 2012. As it relates to the school district receives a portion of property tax, always has, always will. When the legislature and the governor at the time in 2012 changed that structure to do away with redevelopment agencies, to be honest, it's going to be semi-jaded opinion, they moved the money around. They did not increase your budget. There was no additional pot of gold for yourselves and educational funding. They just reallocated the way the tax dollars were distributed, and tax dollars from the redevelopment properties were passed through to school districts, thereby reducing the amount of state funding that was coming from the state in the overall amount of funding you got. So it wasn't an increase or decrease, it was just where it came from, if that makes sense.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. It was more 13.5.
And obviously, each of these properties is slightly different. They're postured differently. The city has done different things with the different properties, and they are what they are right this second.
So in approving this item, we'd be approving the funding pack ratio. I'm just trying to get a better understanding. Like, there is an additional dollars coming to the district in approving this.
No, it's just how the money is passed through in accordance with those statutes as they changed, based on the statutory structure for how that valuation occurred. What is abundantly clear in the correspondence you've been provided, there is an active adversarial relationship between the city and one of the tenants.
I kind of understand what Mr. Artis was saying, because I kind of also have the overview of having a little revenue from doing this. Is that not the case? Revenue for the district?
The district receives certain property tax revenues, and I might call Ms. Adrianzen back up, but your overall funding from the state comes from a variety of sources under LCAP, right? That's extremely complex, and it has all these layers. When you receive certain monies that are local funds, like the redevelopment type funds, it potentially reduces the amount of state dollars. It doesn't reduce your overall amount of dollars, right? It's just a different funding source that's contributing to your overall budget, I guess is a way of looking at it. So yes, I think the best answer to your question is absolutely no. It's not a new or different, funding source. It's not a proverbial, and that was kind of, as I was answering the one question, there's no additional pot of gold that's identified that's extra for the district.
Okay. So your guidance for a district like us would be, because this is something that's really complex, and I feel as a board member, I want to see how this is going to support our district financially. Is it something that most districts are doing this month? Are they either approving or not approving for these?
Oh, yeah, so I think you're kind of asking, in our experience, what have we seen? These agreements are becoming less common because the redevelopment law was changed. That's almost 15 years ago, wow. I am dating myself. But the properties that got liquidated, they got liquidated fairly quickly in that time frame. So these agreements were more common when those properties were being liquidated and the tax revenue was being distributed at a liquidation. These properties obviously have lingered because of the existing city uses and the existing city agreements over the property.
But it sounds like, from what we heard, that many of the other agencies, similar situated agencies, districts, et cetera, I think we just heard that 9 other.
The 12.
Yeah, 9 out of the 12, you being one of the remaining 12, have already approved this.
Correct. And the statutory structure of the calculation is all very statutorily driven, and your ratio doesn't change. The amount of the money to each of the entities is all calculated by statute and overseen by the California Department of Finance and the whole legislative structure that was set up for the dissolution of redevelopment agencies.
So if you'll just entertain one last question, and for context, I work at the assessor's office, so I'm very familiar with fair market values and assessed valuations. So it wouldn't necessarily impact us if we were to not approve this and request that the property be sold at a fair market value today. That would just change the ratio again on the way that we receive dollars from the state.
That's a tougher one. I haven't exactly tried to figure out what that calculation would look like, but I think the answer would be no, it's not, because the ratios and the fixtures are all established by statute and fixed as of the time of the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies, which is again 2012. We're talking about a law that took effect. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I think that's what you were asking,
That's
right?
what I was asking.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Mr. Darwood, thank you for being here, greatly appreciate it.
Yeah. Unless the developer was coming offering you a donation, but I didn't think I heard that in the
We could use at least 3 million to begin with.
4.8.
Oh, that's right, 4.8.
Sorry. So the staff recommendation is to approve the agreements so that we can, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President, I believe there's a motion on the table that was made by myself and seconded by Vice President Ms. Rosario.
Okay, and so now, I need to vote.
Yep, on item 13, Echo 1.5.
Okay, this is on item 13, Echo 0.5. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Now we have,
13.6. Yeah.
Yeah, we have 14.
You spoke on all the items
Okay.
collectively.
so 13E.6 compensation agreement for property retained by the city of San Diego for future development sites, Walker Scott property.
So
E.
Do we have a second? I second.
Snyder moves a second, motion, may I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Now we have compensation agreement 13E.7, compensation agreement for property retained by the city of San Diego for future development sites, Chinese Historical Museum.
So
I second.
Motion by Mr. Arias, second by Snyder Rosario, may I have a vote?
No, it was me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Second by Mrs. Peraza, may I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, passes 4-0. So now we have, 13E.8.
no, 13.4.
Okay, so we do have, 13E.12, Roxanne Palestino.
Second choice. Yeah.
This is the agreement with
Okay,
So this was created to expand arts and music education for students during the school day, right? Esto fue creado para expandir la educación de arte y música para los estudiantes durante el horario escolar. Not to outsource services, not to contract it out, and to replace teachers with local nonprofits like Casa Familiar. No para subcontratar servicios, no para contratar organizaciones externas y no para reemplazar maestros con organizaciones locales como Casa Familiar. I had the opportunity to speak with a friend of mine from Sunset, and he told me the program, the contract you guys made with Sunset cost around $15,000, and it was for 8 sessions. He said it was not worth it at all. Tuve la oportunidad de hablar con un amigo de Sunset y me dijo que el programa costó alrededor de $15,000 por 8 sesiones y que no valió la pena. That is exactly the concern. Eso es exactamente el problema. Spend this level of funding, then it must be tied to results. Si vamos a gastar en este nivel de fondos, entonces debe estar ligado con resultados. We need results-driven grant eligibility for any contract that is renewed. Necesitamos elegibilidad basada en resultados para cualquier contrato que se renueva. If a program cannot show measurable student outcomes, then it should not continue receiving funding. Si un programa no puede demostrar resultados medibles en los estudiantes, entonces no deben continuar recibiendo fondos. Who decides what schools receive these programs? It doesn't feel equitable. We see Sunset and now in La Mirada, but what about Smythe, Willow, the other schools? Every student deserves equal access, not selective access. Cada estudiante merece acceso y no acceso selectivo. Lo que realmente queremos es qualified credential staff enseñando a nuestros estudiantes. Los maestros que están calificados y con credenciales enseñándole a nuestros estudiantes música, arte, instrucción durante el día, maestros de música, maestros de arte, instrucción real durante el día del horario escolar. Not after school programs that families have to sign up for. No programas después de clase donde las familias tienen que inscribirse, because that's not equity. Eso no es equidad. It creates barriers for working families that limits access and that does not serve all students. Crea barreras para familias trabajadoras, limita el acceso y no sirve a todos los estudiantes. This funding should be building long-term programs within our schools. Deben construir programas a largo plazo dentro de nuestras escuelas, no temporales, programas con outside nonprofits. Are we really investing in our students, or are we outsourcing this education without accountability?
Thank you.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement with the front/Casa Familiar.
Ms. Alice makes the motion.
I second.
Discussion.
Madam Sani.
I have discussion, yes. Okay, so I really want the board to reconsider this contract for $35,000 for the contract with Casa Familiar. And as much as I value our partnership and recognize that Casa Familiar provides meaningful support to our community and students, I also believe it is our responsibility as a board to ensure we are making well-informed decisions that align with our educational priorities. I want to take a moment to clarify the intent and requirements of Proposition 28, which is the grant that we're using to pay for this contract, as this directly relates to this item. And I hope you can please pay attention to this and maybe change your mind. So Proposition 28 is the Arts and Music in School Funding Program, designed to expand arts education for our students for districts our size. The law requires that at least 80%, and this is the law, 80% of funds be used to employ certified or classified staff to provide art instruction. We currently have 3 teachers who provide these classes. So are we about supporting our own employees? I thought that's what I have heard all this time. So I think 3 are teachers for the whole district. Seems like a little bit, like we need definitely more. The remaining portion, which is the 20%, may be used for training, supplies, or materials in our educational partnership programs, with no more than 1% for administrative cost. That means that we can use 20% to provide more supplies and materials for our 3 teachers. Again, this is the law. With that in mind, I want to ensure that we are aligned with both the intent and the requirements of this funding. Personally, I want to support our own staff by providing them with the materials and resources they need to build strong, consistent art programs for our students. As I requested in advance, many questions I requested in advance, and I know you're very busy, and you did answer some, but I would like clarification on how this specific $35,000 Casa Familia program is being categorized. Specifically, whether it is considered an arts educational program partnership, how the district is meeting the 80% staffing requirement, and how this use is supplementing rather than replacing existing instruction. I will also appreciate receiving response to the questions I previously requested, so we can ensure clarity around the program structure, implementation, and oversight. At the end of the day, anything we approve should be clearly defined, align with educational goals, and give parents confidence that the children are receiving consistent, high-quality instruction. So my question to staff is, can you clarify how this program fits with Proposition 28 requirements and demonstrate how the district is meeting those funds obligations? Okay, I don't know if you would like to answer to those questions.
Well, Ms. Perez, as you know, we review it, or board agenda review, and I inform you that the rest of the questions were gonna be answered to a RFI. Because of the time of your email at 3 in the morning, and our meeting at 11 in the morning didn't give you enough time to provide it to you. But like I told you, we're gonna provide you the answers that you seek through a request for information as soon as we are available.
With all due respect, Mr. Jorge, that yes, that was yesterday. Then you had another 24 hours to answer.
No, Ms. Peraza, because I also have personal time to address personal matters.
Oh yeah, I know, but we only have 72 hours to address.
As you're aware, I wasn't available part of the day today.
Oh, well,
Okay.
you have more staff to address these questions.
Well,
but anyway, this is just to make an informed decision.
well, as an informed decision, I also inform you that Ms. Quesada is a teacher assigned to Smite and La Mirada, who teaches the arts and music programs during the day. This is, like I inform you, this is an activity that is being addressed so that parents who work are able also to participate, because it's gonna be around 4:30 to 6. It is gonna be a series of events where parents and families can join and be able to participate, and that's the intent of Ms. Mosqueda, the principal.
Okay, so now that you mentioned the teacher, are they being fully staffed with their materials? Are they using any money from their pockets?
It's not relevant to this.
How is not that relevant if we're not supporting our own teachers?
We are.
Ms.
Mr.
Teresa,
I don't see the evidence
as far as
that I asked for. Yes.
As far as I know, I haven't received any request for reimbursement or knowledge that a teacher is paying for their own staff. There's funds in the grant for those exact purposes.
Okay.
And each of the sites receive a grant based on the allocations provided by the state.
Okay.
Madam
So,
President, I'd like to
in
read the
addition, I'm not done, I'm sorry, I'm not done. In addition to this, it's important to know that we do need consistency art classes or music or dance classes. So why not having that the whole year? And for every school to have the same classes. And also, yes, materials, 20% can be for materials that, and I remember, Miss Irene, you said like a few years ago that you would like to see band. This can help having band. This can help buying instruments and investing in our own, thank you, I appreciate that. I need that too. And so yes, this is an investment we can do on buying our own instruments and slowly creating a group band or maybe band, an appropriate band, and maybe start competitions around the South Bay, as many other districts do. So I know, Ms. Lopez, that maybe you do have a little bit of agreement with me on having band and having instruments for our students and teachers, and that is all.
Mr. Bohorquez, just because I sat on the school site council committee, the Prop 28 in this case, this school is making a decision to use their portion through this program offered.
That's correct. The schools and the administration have the discretion to establish a
And so
program.
we have to honor that, and I know that this goes through their school site council. We need to honor that and also honor the fact that the front in Casa Familiar, school site council. And then they also do great exhibits for our community, so I think discussion is done.
I would like to see the minutes where school site council approved this, thank you.
So we have already a motion and a second, so may I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
3, 1, it passes.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our meeting at
Oh my God.
9:41 p.m.
Oh my God. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Board
Shame on you,
adjourned
Zenaida.
at 9:41.